What's up, everybody? Sorry, I need to ask your apologies for restarting the stream here. You know, a technical difficulty, and I had to stop and refresh. So I will ask. Well, anyway, I do apologize if you got disconnected from the stream. You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss nothing. We're just starting. But I stopped and started again. Suspicious, this Twitch viewer account thing. What is up, everybody? Asterbate. Do you guys know that David Bronstein's uncle was Leon Trotsky? Mr. Slowhand just donated $20 for Trotsky, for Bronstein's uncle. Who would have suspected? A lot of people don't know that. Interesting. Trotsky's original name was Bronstein. He was the brother of Bronstein's dad. Early Marxist. So, Marxist philosopher. It's a small world we live in. Mr. Slowhand donated $20, and Mr. Slowhand, boom! He's been upgraded to the first slot. Bronstein's uncle. Uh-oh. Speaking of Bronstein's uncle, Nefedov might be distantly related to Bronstein. I don't think so. Alright. They are from the same region. Game to analyze, please. Nothing like please. It would please me greatly to analyze your game. Alright. Study. Alright, Nefedov is in. So we've got Mr. Slow with the $20 donation, taking us up to $225.66 for the tournament calendar. So it's not only I can't change the name of the donation bar once I start it. I have to end it and start it over again. But this $2,000 donation bar will go toward not only Krakow World Team 50 Plus in July, but also help to offset the cost of taking the time off to play in late May Budapest Spring Open. Yeah, well, organizers were late. So we've got Mr. Slowhand first with the Velimirovich game against Bruno Parma, Slovenian great. Then there's Rich Smith with a live game that he gave us. There's Sung Prism. Please don't challenge me to random blitz games now. I'm not taking blitz challenges. This is an analysis stream of subscriber games. Prism, if he's here, Asterbate with the game. I found the study. That's weird. Okay, that's from Yabatis. It's a study. It's an endgame study, and of course Nefedov with the game against and FM. Then we're on that chapter, but that's the latest. Did I forget anybody? And June, we need to send a Master Late Balaton. What are you talking about? What's in Balaton in June? Is there something in June in Balaton? Though that's like for training. Okay, because I haven't seen anything. Speaking of Balaton, Asterbate, there was talk that the Budapest Spring Festival conflicted with something else. The tournament they have sometimes in Zalakaros. I didn't see anything about Zalakaros. I didn't check the schedule. I have to check it out. But Zalakaros is right next to Balaton, so it's practically the suburb of Lake Balaton. They used to have a very strong tournament in Zalakaros in the late spring, early summer, and so I thought you were talking about that. All right. Anyway, I don't know. Zalakaros may be back, but it had been struggling, I think, financially. I didn't see any news about it. I will check out the Hungarian chess schedule. I don't think I can afford to play any more tournaments, though. Unfortunately, I can't just play chess. I have to teach chess and stream chess and eat chess and sleep chess and digest chess for you guys. So what's up, Move 11? Are you here? Are you staying with us? Thanks, Mr. Slow, if you're out there. Move 11, what's your deal? Are you here for Sunday Simul? I don't know. All right, guys. Next stream will be tomorrow. Blitz challenges, Friday morning, 12 noon CET. By the way, Sunday Simul, Central European summertime. We are finally doing spring time change in Europe. Oh, Mr. Slowhand has gifted a tier 1 sub to the name I can't say. Mr. Slowhand, thanks for it's the thought that counts, Mr. Slowhand. Billy Dementia. We're just gonna call him Billy Dementia because it's easier to remember. Alright, so Dragolyubov Velimirovich, do you play Simul on Easter? Yeah, I'm not a religious sort. I didn't even realize. But alright, I'm confused. So Sunday is Easter Sunday? I didn't even realize. I thought like Easter was last week or something. Yeah, I mean Easter, it was cool when I was a kid. I liked looking for Easter eggs and stuff like that, but I'm not like illiberal Christian, connected. I'm going to brunch with Orban on Sunday. The illiberal Christian brunch or something like that. No. No, I don't over celebrate like Christian holidays. Although I was raised a Protestant. Sunday is Zombie Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody said something about Pentecost. I'm confused. So this Sunday is Easter, then when is like Pentecost or whatever? Is that like the following week? Because I don't understand. In the old days, I used to have like a paper calendar, and I would put it on the wall, and you could see like Sunday, Easter is, holiday with the little like Easter bunny on it. And now like things like clocks and calendars, they're becoming more and more. And I haven't seen any Easter bunnies on my my Microsoft information feed or anything. If Easter was this Sunday, then why am I not getting like overrun by Easter bunnies in my taskbar? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. I thought Easter was like last week or something, but I guess it makes sense. All right, who keeps up with this stuff? Plants versus Zombies. Guinea Pig versus Zombies. My first chess blog, which will never come out. Anyway, guys, I'm distracted. Having trouble focusing. We're going to start game 1. Screw the Easter Bunny. E4. This is Velimirovich versus Bruno Parma. Bruno Parma, that's a very Italian name, but he was actually Slovenian. But Nova Gorica is right on the border of Italy. So there's a fine line between Italy and Yugoslavia. E4, C5, knight F3, D6, D4, C takes D4, knight takes D4, knight F6, knight C3, A6, and then Velimirovich played bishop C4. Now, you may know Velimirovich from his system against the classical. Knight C6, bishop C4, E6, and now typically bishop B3 or bishop E3, bishop E7 or A6, queen E2, with the idea of castling queenside. This is the former Yugoslav Grandmaster's biggest contribution to opening theory. The so-called Velimirovich attack in the Sozin Sicilian. So Mr. Slow, do I recall that you played the Velimirovich attack yourself? Or am I imagining that? We had some games, right? Anyway, you can't play that against the Najdorf because A6 is faster with the B5 and whatnot. So the Velimirovich attack only works really against in proper form, works only really against the classical move order, where black's playing knight C6. This is a Najdorf. Now, obviously, bishop C4, I've played a lot. And I grew up in like a post-Fischer boom era where, there's still like the lingering effects of Fischer in the 80s. And so I was kind of like, not a Fischer fan, but, it was still floating around, the whole Fischer aura. When I started playing chess in the 80s, Fischer was still floating around somewhere. But bishop c4 is, it's an aggressive move, but it's also like tricky because the bishop is outside the pawn chain and it tends to be attacked by all sorts of things. The b5, knight c6, knight a5, e6, d5, fork tricks with knight takes e4 and d5. So the queen c7. I mean, the list just goes on and on. So it's like you're kind of trying to force. It feels like the Sozin is trying to force that. And you're a lot of times you're hitting like this wall here, kind of like a. Feels like you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole type of thing. You know how people play the Bodler, the so-called Bodler attack against everything? But anyway, so it's playable, but you have to be careful. It's not that easy to not run into trouble with this bishop develop out there. And a lot of times you have to give the bishop up to a knight, etc., etc. It's not as simple as playing like something safe, like bishop e2, And with bishop g5, you're castling queenside, for sure. With bishop c4, you're usually castling kingside. Fischer himself liked to play short castles, and I think that it makes sense the most. Anyway, so e6, and now, as you can see, like short castles is a move. There's some technical reasons why bishop b3 is considered more accurate than castle short, but I think one of the bigger reasons for this move, it's prophylactic, but there is also the fact that if black plays bishop e7, and I lost the only time that I ever got this, in a tournament in Canary Islands. I lost like a 2200. White gets a very strong attack after g4, and a lot of people who don't know theory will like go into this. Basically, a carries attack, like position which is considered favorable for white. I managed to lose the only time I got this. Unbelievable. But that's one argument for bishop b3. And then the other argument is obviously like you're not going to be getting hit by b5 unexpectedly. But b5 is the main move. So we play bishop b3, black plays b5. The other move that's good for black, besides b5, is white can castle instead of bishop e3, but I don't think it's an improvement. No, I think at the end of the day, castles instead of bishop e3 is less flexible. I should mention that I've also played a3, and this is called the Lipnitsky attack. I played this against people. It's a solid-ish move, giving the bishop the ability to retreat back here. Larry, my old drinking buddy, liked to play a4, and I think John Ems, the English Grandmaster, used to play this as well. I don't remember if Ems wrote a book on the Sozin or something, but I mean I definitely remember seeing Ems play bishop c4, a4, and Larry liked a lot. We had some blitz games with Larry with a4 when I was black, you know. But this is the main move, and now I played this position with white against some good players. Again, knight on bd7 is another line. It's very, very, very theoretical. So those are two main choices. And what's up, Morales? So Velimirovich faces b5. White now castles. There are alternatives to this, but this is the main move. And now black plays bishop b7. And now, you know, this is interesting, because normally black doesn't play bishop b7 here. Black plays bishop e7. And I have played this position with white, and I won a really nice game once against somebody who I believe did this against me. This Lautier Anand game is a possible line. Black has to be careful. Queen f3. Is a move. Bishop g5 is a move that I never really fully understood. I think I played f4 once. Larry has a game there from 81. I feel like I had a game where I lost, you know, playing this, where the guy just like took my pawn or something. Alright, but anyways, b5 castles, and now normally bishop e7, and then white plays queen f3. And this is like the starting position for all the theory. I think I've only ever played this like once against a good player. It's the main line. And I had a game with Novikov once in the Chicago Open where I guess we drew, but I was a little nervous because I don't know the theory as well as Novikov. It's like playing the Sozin against, it's almost like playing the Sozin against Gelfand or something. So, but I played what I knew. So castles, this move now. Nedog, what's up? What I'm going to say is, and I'm not sure, I think that there's been some reevaluation of this move. Maybe this move isn't so bad. You see here some people sacked on e6. I mean, that's... No. I mean, I don't know, man. I just don't think you can say that this sort of sack on e6 is sound. I mean, dude, like, Bruno Parma's playing this against Velimirovich. Like, he's aware that White can sack a piece on e6. I mean, it's pretty safe to say the immediate sack is probably not a problem. In fact, it's almost like waving a red flag in front of a bull. So it looks like this move is the best. Rook e1. I mean, normally you can do this kind of sack if you're getting like 3 pawns. If the bishop's on e7, takes, and if this bishop's on e7, you take on g7 with check, and you put your knight on f5, and you have a huge attack. But my assumption here, without looking at the engine, is this is not quite enough. You know, it may be playable, but it's not quite correct. So, rook e1. You know, this is controversial, though, because a lot of times in the... Yeah, there's Nick against Elvest, 95. But I played the Lipnitsky attack against Elvest. That was a draw, too. But you think the rook, like, belongs here. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if I would have done something stupid like this myself. I lost this one Hungarian IM. Boris Kraken beat me in this line in the classical. A similar line in the classical. Kraken used like f4 against me in a very similar position, but I didn't. It wasn't this exact position because I don't play the Najdorf. It was a classical move order. You know, one of the things, like, if you do this in like b4, can black take this pawn? I had this guy like take a pawn against me one time, and I just like lost like a bunny. Hungarian IM. You just like snarfed my pawn, and I couldn't. Oh shit. Speaking of snarfing pawns, Velimirovich versus my old buddy Zlatko. Zlatko played the Najdorf until he stopped playing the Najdorf, and he started playing the Petrov instead. That's a sad day when you like quit the Najdorf and you start playing the Petrov. No, so Velimirovich actually did this in '93, but he was way past his prime by that point. So, yeah, I don't know about that. I think he should have stuck with rook e1. But Velimirovich was a player who was like... It's not like he didn't know rook e1 was the right move. I think he was probably trying to experiment with different ideas and stuff. Anyways, this is a huge concept. So there's the sack on e6, and there's the concept of like knight to d5. So it's interesting, like if you look at this particular position, the normal-ish queen c7 was never played. There was one move that like begs, if it begs you to play knight d5, it's this. You don't have to like ask Velimirovich to sack his knights on like f5 and d5. This is a move he'll gladly play. If queen c7 were played, I suppose it's like take, check, and now, yeah, the green mile. If you have to start going for a walk, it's usually very, very problematic for black. So, yeah, you don't want to do that. You got to watch for knight d5. You have to watch for the sack on e6. So if bishop e7, I think it's sack time, right? Yeah, Gelishvili, Belia. Stuart Wagman managed to lose to Miki, but this looks good. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is just bad for black. This is big trouble. check, king d8, and I don't know how, you know, Orsho could win with black, but somehow he did. So what does black do? If you can't play queen c7, you can't play bishop e7. You know, what about b4? What does b4? Do we just sack anyway if b4? What do we do on b4? By the way. Thanks again for the $20 donation tip to the stream from Mr. Slow. He can't do it alone. Don't make Mr. Slow do it alone, guys. He needs your support. Do it together. We had a gift sub from Mr. Slow as well to Billy Madison. Alright, so if b4, white just sacked piece anyway. You don't have to... I don't know. You know, this is another problem. Another element to the position with bishop a4 check. But when you think about it, how many other moves does black have? Maybe knight c6? Knight c6 is asking for the sack as well. So this is transposition. Now it actually looks like a Richter, like some kind of weird Richter Razzler with the bishop's on g5. Alright, so that's good too. Belyavsky. So it's this. This is the best try. So now the sack is not really enough. Speculation. Velimirovich didn't deal in speculation so much. He did this though. Wow. He drew in 1982 using this move bishop takes e6. Mr. Slow. He couldn't beat a random 2390. He actually lost. Wow, Michael Brooks played this. American I am. Lost. No drew. Eric Gullickson, Norwegian I am. Yu Yankee when he was 2200. Lost. This is not good enough. We can just trust the statistics. So you're supposed to play bishop g5. That's what he did. You know, it almost feels like it's transposing to like a bishop g5. This is some kind of transposition, bro. That's weird. So we'd like literally transpose to a bishop g5 Najdorf or something. Now h6, and so the problem with the Najdorf for white here would be like, okay, do you give up your dark square bishop, your best minor piece? Bishop takes a6. What's the idea? Is the plan with f4 e5? No. No, it's like knight d5 all the time. I mean, this is the main idea. It just defends the pawn. Who has a stinking plan, move 11? What is this plan stuff? No, if you want to play for f4, I think your rook's staying on f1. You're generally not playing f4 if the rook's going to e1. No, I think that a4 thing is kicking in a lot of cases here. Because you're gonna sack a knight with knight d5, but maybe a4 would loosen black up. Probably. So I don't expect to see f4 anytime soon. Either knight d5 or a4 with the idea of knight d5. Probably. But I don't get it. Like, the majority of players played bishop takes f6. So where's our follow-up here? Bishop f6, knight f6, queen f3, queen d3, and a4. And Grandelius lost against Yabava. The Fermian managed to draw. Arashenko won a game. Or Zavrich won a game a long time ago. Mixed results, let's say. But I think what I really need to see here is like where the bleep is our compensation for giving up our dark square bishop. How much do we have? It's like all based on this like one trick pony, like playing knight d5. It looks like queen f3, and now queen b6, or bishop e7. See, again, there's a sack on e6 now. Like, you really have to be pretty stupid to allow this, honestly. But the dude had a trick. Bishop takes e6, queen b6, whoops. Bishop d5, bishop d5, knight d5, knight d5, knight f5. Excuse me? I don't think she knew what she was doing. Alright. Anyway, this doesn't happen in the game. We have bishop g5, black plays h6. This seems to be a move. See, white doesn't have any f4. The only thing that white has is this. Wow, someone sacked a piece here. Wow. I had a bad score against Zaitchik. He beat me like 2 or 3 times. You know, ever had that, like, do you guys have that opponent that, like, you always play badly against? Maybe I only lost twice, but it feels like 3. F takes c6. Bishop e6. Well, that's speculative. Maybe that's good. It's unclear. White is slightly better. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like h6 is like forced. And so white plays bishop h4, not bishop takes f6. And now black plays g5. Now f4. Now it's a different story. Funny, Elvis has games on both colors. It's also like DeFermian's favorite line. We may need f4 now. Knight e5, and I see what happened. The f3 is unbelievably lame. I mean, yeah, f3 is just disgusting. Okay, knight h5, I guess. a4 makes sense. The other moves like knight f3. But he just sacked here. With bishop takes e6. That's crazy. This has not been repeated in just one game. Only repeated in one game. Wow, pretty recent. It's that guy that streams. He streams the hourly Blitz tournaments. The other day it was like, can I do a Blitz hourly Blitz hat trick or something? He beat Mustache. Mattis Mustache. Lost with white. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a4 makes sense to me. I was expecting knight d5. I guess it's just not enough. You just can't. You can't break through. Interesting though. Computer thinks it's playable. It's slightly better for black. But both these guys played knight a2. So Vladimir sacks a piece here. I don't know if it's correct. Let's see. Better than a4. Slightly better for white. Wow, this was never repeated, except for this game where the dude lost with white. F takes c6. Knight takes c6. Queen d7. So it's interesting that Kantan's immediately went wrong with Queen e7 and beat this guy. Wow, dude. He was in deep shit, man. In that game from 2020, the guy got a really strong attack, knight d5, knight d5. And then why did white play bishop takes e5 here? Oh my god. He took on e5 for no reason. Wow, that's crazy. He must have been concerned that black would play bishop g7. I would love this position for white. Man, Kantan's was really lucky. So you have to play queen d7. And now what's the key difference? Or what's the real difference? You have e7 for your bishop? Does anybody understand why is this move better than queen e7? I mean, okay, in a fundamental sense, you keep e7 free for the bishop and king. Knight d5. So Parma just played king f7 now, but we would expect a capture on d5. King f7 is... King f7... f7 is interesting, isn't it? It's the best move, apparently. And the point of queen d7. Wow. And so black is doing okay. This is protected with the rook at h takes. Story of your life, Nedog. Wow. So this definitely wasn't expected. But what else can white play? I mean, the main point is if you take here, black has an option. 3 options. Take your pick. Queen e7, king f6. King f6 looks a little dangerous. Mildly dangerous. King f6, bishop takes e5 check. King e5. That's what we love about you. Thank you, Nedok. Very helpful. Yeah, lichess has been playing some weird games with this sort of setup. Come on. God damn it. Buildings that look like elephants. Mountains that look like elephants. Damn it. Now, the important thing is that you can't read whose name is. Yeah, thank you for that. That's helpful, though. Try to analyze and think. Analyze and think. Calculate. So, queen d7, knight d5, king f7 is an exclamation. And now this unexpected move. What do you think black expected? Good question. I mean, White is down a piece here, and I really thought like White would need to try to open the position, but at the same time, White can't afford to trade too many pieces. F4, as move 11 brought up earlier, really pivotal idea that when are we going to be able to do that, and will it even matter by then? So if I play like knight f6, I would say just this. And my knight is just hanging there, and black is up a piece. And what do we got? 1, 2, 3. We've got 2 pawns for the piece, you know. So it's not that much material that White is down, truthfully. But this is a very interesting move, knight c5. Unbelievable. And Parma does what I figured he would do. Takes here, assuming that White will take back with the pawn. And if White takes back with the pawn, we can win material, right? So never assume nothing. It's a very strong, unexpected move. Knight c5. Can black make another decision here other than taking that knight? It's hard looking at this perspective, you know, from White's side and anticipate what black's best defense is. I mean, taking the pawn takes c5. Is it forced? I'm not even sure. Like, could we possibly move our queen like this? Knight takes b7. Queen takes b7. Bishop takes e5, pawn e5, for example. It looks like White doesn't have enough, you know, mojo here. Queen f3, bishop g7. Maybe. It just doesn't seem like quite enough. So there are other options. Bishop takes. But how much difference does this make? You know, it's like, okay. And what am I missing? I mean, maybe White can make some weird move like knight d3. Here. Mojo. White needs some mojo. So he takes, bishop takes e5, and then maybe overlooks this. Queen f3. I mean, this seems like the denouement. You know, this is what black missed. He probably just overlooked this in-between move. Why is White in a rush to play bishop takes e5? D takes c5. Because he can't do anything else. The e5 knight is controlling the f3 square, and his only threat is like queen f3. So there just really isn't another move. I mean, you can't allow a trade of queens under any circumstances. So White just does, White's down a piece. You know, I mean, bishop takes e5. I mean, he's getting his piece back. Like, he doesn't have a lot of other options. White's down a piece already. So he's already down a piece. And this is a second piece, so now he's down 2 pieces. So he has to get his piece back. And then black takes, but I think he missed queen f3 in between move. And now after bishop g7, you know, of course he expected pawn takes pawn. And the question is, does black have queen takes d5? And answer seems like yes, you know. So it's like a second switch in Zug. Queen f3, bishop g7, rook d1. Very easy to miss that move. Just assuming your opponent has only one choice. And white is still, in fact, white has 2 pawns for the piece. But if the queens were exchanged, like, white is screwed. I was saying about the variation with queen c6, knight b7, queen b7. Why does white have to do this? Well, he doesn't. Yeah, I mean, maybe, maybe white has f4 now, perhaps. But there's so many variables. Black also has knight takes d5 in this position, which I didn't even start to look at. Knight takes d5. My head hurts. Looks like this is winning for white. So he has to take back. Queen takes. Okay, I'm cheating with the engine now. Yeah, he doesn't have to play bishop takes c5, but white is already worse. Yeah, f4 is the best shot. White has some compensation. But it looks like, you know, yeah, queen c6 is definitely playable. But it's not clearly better than the game continuation. It's just an alternative. D takes c5, bishop takes c5, bishop takes d5. Maybe this is a mistake, but what else can we do? Bishop g7? It's gonna be similar. He takes, switch and Zug. He goes here, switch and Zug. And now black goes for queen exchange. And that's where things get interesting. Queen g4, and any queen exchange looks like it would be good for black. Knight takes g4, bishop takes g7, king takes g7. Interesting. He doesn't play king takes g7. Squeeze me? Okay. Okay, I understand. After king takes g7, rook takes d5, it's like there's a check here, rook takes c5. But I mean, is black even worse here? Arsenal, what's your nickname? What's your stream title? You're not Arsenal the Demanding, right? That's Schumacher. This is just merely a question. He's not demanding anything. Arsenal the... How is this position? Jesus, black's like winning here. Whoa. Wow. Yeah, so this is not correct. The dude doesn't take on g7. I can't believe it. Wow. So Velimirovich got lucky. No, your stream title. Everybody has stream title. You know, Arsenal the Lucky. Schumacher the Demanding. Arsenal the Argumentative. You have to have an adjective, like, describing you. Arsenal the Pissed. I like that. I like that. That's good. Arsenal the Pissed. Or Richie the Pissed. But man, this is totally a mystery, man. I would have totally taken the bishop on g7 and been like, okay, I think I'm okay. And the computer thinks that black is better, clearly better. I don't know. but very likely it's a draw. Maybe black even wins. It's unlikely white necessarily will win. Least likely result is that white wins there. That is surprising. So black does a surprising move. He plays this. Not unrealistic, I guess, you know. Oops. Oops, there goes another rubber tree. Is that the song? What was that from? Rubber tree plant. Why did we just lose another rubber tree plant? That's 3 rubber tree plants for one night. Oh my god. Yeah, this game is flawed. Flawed. There's just no explanation for why black doesn't take this and not lose a 3rd rubber tree. He just misevaluated. This loses a 3rd rubber tree for the piece. After bishop takes h6, e takes d5, and suddenly things are not so clear. Now we have 3 rubber trees for a knight. Now, probably black is still okay, but now I think it's close, and it's going to be a matter of you know, who has the better endgame technique in an imbalanced ending. But that was a serious inaccuracy, losing a 3rd pawn, and it was totally unnecessary. Rook e8, and then the not very macho f3. You know, I don't have the feeling like white probably like even necessarily thought he was winning here. Rook e8, f3. Mild move, playing king f2. Knight f5, king f2, rook takes e1, rook takes e1. Wow. So this is a major thing, you know, like I was going to suggest that earlier. But if black were to play like this, no, sorry. If black were to play like, say, rook d8, right? If I go here, say you play king f6, I have rook e6 check, which is kind of a little annoying, I guess. I'm still not thinking white is winning here. But he plays rook e8. Now, this has got to be a major decision point. Is black doing the right thing? Trading rooks here. Yeah, I would. Me too. Apocalypse infrastructure. Speaking of apocalyptic infrastructure, the Baltimore Bridge collapse. But I mean, I think the problem with rook exchange is that like the rubber trees are getting a little bit stronger as we trade pieces. Like you sort of magnify. Oh, and the knight is also magnified. I mean, I guess, right? Black's thinking is like, if I trade rooks, the value of my knight is magnified. But guess what? The value of the 3 rubber tree plants is magnified too. You know, so it's like polarized. You're polarizing the chances of like a win or a loss here, I guess, by exchanging rooks. It would be safer to keep the rooks on. What's the best move? Okay, rook e8 is okay, but it's not necessarily the best move. The engine thinks all moves are playable. Knight g7, rook e8, rook h8, b4, and it kind of thinks it's a draw. So this is very interesting. I would lose this for both sides. Yeah, the knight not mobile enough. Well, those kingside pawns, you know, if they like create 2 connectors, we could be in trouble. Now, very important here. See, if you play passively, I might be able to play like king g3 and h4, and if I get 2 connected passed pawns, he goes here. This attacks the pawn. It also supports the idea of knight g6, knight f4. But this is wow. So this is a really wild position. Man, I mean, I bet Parma thought he was winning. That's what black probably thought, but check this move out. This is a really amazing move. King e3. Is black winning? Knight takes d5 check, king e4. Yeah, but I mean, okay. If you have Stockfish running at depth 21, which they didn't, you know. I mean, that's the problem with us using engines to analyze positions. We can all turn on Stockfish and say, well, Parma was winning by, you know, 1.9 in this position. But that's if you can calculate 21 moves deep without any inaccuracies whatsoever. I'm talking about white winning. We know you're talking about white. But I think that Mr. Slow, who submitted the game, is saying that black was winning. But it doesn't look clear to me. I gotta really say, like, honestly, from a human perspective, this is an amazing idea, you know. I would have probably not found this idea to give up the d pawn and activate the king like that. Check, king e4, and now black plays knight b4. And then we're talking about 3 connected passed pawns. And I'm not even sure, you know, depth 20 is enough to really trust the computer evaluation here. King f5, knight takes c2, king takes g5. I mean, I really don't necessarily think that black is even better here. You quite liked c3. Quite liked c3. Well, obviously, black has some interesting options. Would it be really insane to play this? Yeah, that's too much. Okay, so knight takes a2, but I think you're gonna run into problems, dude, because he can sack, you know, in combination with like pushing his own pawns. So if you go outside the square of the pawns, you know, if you're just even like one square too far, it's like boom, 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 game over. So it's not so easy, you know. Like, we gotta have our king ready to get back over here. So the nice thing about this is that we get the pawn and we can still get back. We eliminated the pawn on g5, we can still sort of get back to the other side. So we've got like king and these 2 pawns to stop these 3 pawns. And meanwhile it's like mania on the king side with our 3 pawns. I think here black has to be careful. If this is winning for black, you know, good luck if you're not a computer. It looks like it is winning. Knight b4 smells like a mistake. This is, I mean, okay, he has c4, knight here, and knight takes b2 probably. Whoa. That's shocking. I didn't think he could go outside the square of the pawns, you know, basically here. Thought you want to be there. So I would have probably played like king f4. But I guess it's too slow after knight check. Too many pawns, we lose 2 pawns. So takes here. Maybe king f5 I would have considered, hoping that black takes on a2. But this is a shocking move as well, king f6. Now our king cannot really get back. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Black hesitates and plays king f8. Is that necessary? I really doubt it, bro. But how about the h pawn? These pawns will queen themselves, no? Can't black just do like knight d5 check or something? Or c4? Why is c4 not winning? It's not winning. Oh my god. Is it? It is. The engine's having trouble getting to the... It's at depth 20. It's having trouble getting to the horizon. It looks like this is winning. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was time pressure. It looks like c4 is winning. But even the computer is struggling with it. Depth 20. Because there's a lot of pawn moves. This seems unnecessary. And I'm not sure if it actually helps black. h4 and now c4. And now h5. And now knight d3. He may have played c4 and moved too late. The king f8 was a loss of time. And now it's a draw according to the engine. Although again, you can't really trust it at depth 16. But it's showing zeros. It is kind of funny, like, you just don't think this game could end in a draw. Unless both sides queen and there's a perpetual check. h6. Well, there could be a perpetual check with a knight, right? As well. So something like knight f4. Knight f4, h7, check. So this might actually be a defensive resource here. If I push the pawn, there's a check. Is that enough? Black needs to get the pawns one more square up before they're unstoppable. He needs to get his b-pawn one more square. Oh, I mean, it's a very complicated ending, guys, that we can't possibly begin to completely analyze. But black hesitates defensively, plays king g8, and then g5. And then black goes, and then g6. And then black goes, we take, and then h7 check. And then, well, you know, it looks like, hey, everything's okay. Because, you know, you see king h8, and if king f7, knight e5 check. Everything's right. But there's this move, f4. What the heck is that? Stopping knight e5. Oh, no. So it's like a dirty trick. Stopping knight e5. Is that a problem? Oh, man. So knight takes f4. Jeez. It's like he just missed that one move. Knight takes f4. He resigned because if knight takes f4, g7 check, king h7, king f7, and you can't stop the check. It's brutal. So everything was okay except for f4. The last step was a doozy. So it was lost at this point. Yeah, this was tough. Black had to defend on move 37. b4 was losing move. He didn't recognize there was still danger. Okay, not a typical Velimirovich submission there from Mr. Slow. A sleazy endgame robbery from a position where he was really probably lost. at various points. Yeah, I mean, by the way, like, Sackmate was saying king f6 is crazy, but what is the best move in that position? Yeah. The whole position is crazy. Looks like white is probably lost, so nothing's crazy. Again, I would have tried to like go back, but it's too slow. He's checking and picking up the pawn. Yeah, I was thinking king f5 maybe. It's not clear what the best move is. I mean, frankly, like, you know, he's probably lost and he was sneaky and saved the game. You see the fighting spirit, right? Right. All right, guys, fighting spirit. Richie Smith is next. Richie, the pissed. All right, Rudy versus Richie the Pissed. It's from live. Richie the live. Richie the live. Rudy versus Richie. Rude Richie. Richie the rude. All right. This is from a team game, presumably. For NCL Division 2, Division 3, Division 7. Did you do my endgame yet? No. We can move it up if you like. No, I just analyzed the Velimirovich game for like an hour. That was like the first thing. Gotta give Mr. Slow his money's worth. He's been our biggest patron lately. Speaking of patrons, guys, please support the stream in some way. Thank you for subscribing, Spectacular Camel. Been a subscriber for an amazing 55 months. Hi. All right. Yeah, we'll do your game after we'll do your end game submission, your study after Richie the Pissed. Richie the Pissed is black. Bishop b5, a6. Thank God you're not playing Nefedov. There's nothing one. That was like my ex-roommate. He used to play the Marshall. There's nothing like being an aggressive Spanish player who plays the Marshall and then like having to face the exchange variation. I remember this one tournament. He like played in an under 2200 section, wanted to try to win it, and like the very first round of the tournament, the guy plays like the exchange variation against them. He just wanted to kill himself, you know. That's the problem. And this is not a great answer either, you know. So if you want to win with black in the Spanish, I don't really know what to suggest. Nefedov's f5, maybe g6. The bird's defense. Classical. I don't recommend the Steinitz. But man, I mean, playing for a win against exchange variation isn't easy. Alright. Or anything for that matter. a6, bishop a4, knight f6. And now d3. This is basically an anti-Marshall. Because there's nothing to be afraid of. I mean, I don't think white should be afraid of the open variation. I mean, it's come back a little bit, off and on. But I think that white should welcome the open variation. It's not like the Berlin endgame or something. If they play d3, this is really about being an anti-Marshall. And so here you have choices. I mean, I like d6 because we're playing a kind of Spanish where we don't necessarily have to play b5. One of the biggest problems in Spanish with black, I feel like, is the b5 always becomes like it's an extended fianchetto, so it's always like some sort of liability. d6, I thought he might just drop on c6, and it's like a Steinitz. Well, like a Steinitz. Well, it is like a Steinitz, but it's like an okay Steinitz, where you're not, you know, getting crushed spatially. No, d6 is fine, but it looks like your move is fine too. You know, bishop c5. What is this exactly? A main line of some sort. Right, it's like a quiet Steinitz. If white plays d3 against the Steinitz, Rich, it's not the worst Steinitz. Black has very good score. It looks like bishop c5 is the move with the best score. Yeah, I don't like weakening the queen side necessarily. It's funny that bishop d6 is played a couple times. Anyways, you do have to defend your pawn. Bishop c5, it's like, oh shit, I dropped the pawn. No, you didn't really, because knight c5, obviously, you have this type of move. But what's the accurate way to do this? Is it bishop takes f2 check, or are you supposed to play queen d4? Do you know? It's not this, is it? Like takes, check, king takes, queen d4, bishop e3, queen e5? Or are we supposed to do queen d4? I don't know this off the top of my head. After knight e5 here, bishop e3, queen e5, d4. Is white just lost? Probably, somehow, but I don't know exactly how. I mean, I think that white will get the piece back in some form. But I'm not sure like what the best way. I guess this looks pretty horrible for white. It's pretty safe to say white is lost here. Okay, that's not an option. Anyway, I'm just pointing it out that, you know, your pawn is defended indirectly. But this is basically an exchange variation of sorts. So you're going to see a lot of Ding Liren, Carlsen, Geary, you know, I don't know. What do we got here? Grishuk, Caruana, Aronian. You know, a lot of people like to play this stuff, but it's not very ambitious for white. You know, this is like technical and safe. You're exchanging on c6. All right, whatever. So your guy doesn't want to do that. And he wants to play chess. He castles, and now you play b5. Obviously, b5 is not obligatory. If you castle, you lose a pawn, though, right? This is like for reals or not? Yeah, this is like loses a pawn for reals. So bishop takes c6. And if you take this way, you're just down a pawn. If you take the other way, you can pretend you have some brilliant idea, like d5 or something, but it's bullshit. Alright, so you have to defend the pawn. So, I personally prefer d6, you know, because it's like more flexible. But b5 is the main move. But you do weaken your queen side. And now, doesn't this transpose to like an Archangel's variation? Something like that? Wouldn't this be basically like a quiet way? White is playing like a quiet setup against the Archangels. Okay, bishop e3. Well, now you're still not threatening knight a5 yet. So I saw a video recently on this type of line by Leonid Kritz, where he was talking about it for the site I work for, Chess Lecture. And Leonid was saying that in this type of position, I thought he was saying I must be thinking of a different kind of position. So what's up with knight c3? Oh yeah, it must have been a different position. Because you can't play knight c3 because of knight a5. I'm thinking of a different position. Just ignore what I just said. It must have been somehow different move order. You're actually threatening knight a5. But what about like a3? What if white doesn't play c3? So a4 is a move, but let's just say a3. My argument is going to be, if we do what he was talking about, with black playing like knight to c3. Is this a problem? Arsenal's no stranger to bishop g4. Anyway, as usual, there's more questions than answers. I'm not an authority on this, or much of anything. Goremian and Beliavsky. Let's see what happened there. So Beliavsky is an authority on Archangels, by the way. If Beliavsky played h6 and drew with the guy who's 2600, it has to be okay. See, now white can play h3 or knight c3. What I'm shocked by is how few games there are here. Maybe we'll transpose. Or like h3, castles, knight c3. Where are the transpositions, bro? There's like no games here at all. It's just pretty weird, actually. I don't understand how there can be so few games. But anyway. So c3 is the main line. Black now plays bishop b6. You played bishop b6. I think I've played this once or twice. Let's see. Yeah. I had one game. I also played bishop b6. Of course, I don't really know what I'm doing that well. I know that's a standard idea. You don't want to get ambushed by d4. I think when I checked with the engine, like, there's some positions where it suggests like bishop a7. You know, I don't know whether to play bishop a7. I think bishop b6 is more standard. You played bishop b6. The opponent played, yeah, a3 may not be so normal in these lines. Yeah, I don't know. It seems okay to me. Big concern with a3 is white still has to play c3. But sac draw, that's my point, you know. That's the kind of thing that Kritz was talking about. That's what I'm saying. You don't necessarily have to play c3. If you put your knight on c3, it's like a kind of Vienna game. You know? I mean, it's not absolutely necessary to play c3. It's just a different plan. Alright. But a4, an aggressive move trying to take advantage of the pawn, you know, the extended fianchetto. This is like black's, what do you call it? Where's move 11? Black's Achilles heel. Move 11, are you out there? Move 11 had a game like this at the, dude, you had a game like this at the New Jersey Open, didn't you? Something very similar? Wasn't it like almost exactly the same? You had something where you were white and a very similar situation came up, I thought. So I'm expecting well, I've certainly lost. I'm expecting rook b8 here. Keep the bishop on c8 where it's like flexible. Get off the A line, and the rook might help protect b5 in some cases. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Slow. I don't like b4 necessarily. The isolation of b5. You're right. Although the A file, I think the A file is overrated, honestly. You know, that's one of those situations where control of the A file, it doesn't really do much, and it can fall back to you. You know what I mean? So it's possible later on you like regain the A file and take it over or something like that. That's not as much a concern to me as you know, and also the isolation of b5. It's not really isolation, just general vulnerability, I would say. Technically, it's not isolated. Not to be like picayune about everything. Technically, this is not an isolated pawn. You just can't protect it with the other pawn because the knight's in the way. Yeah, so I think that you have some points, but at the same time, there's points either way. You know, points to both sides. Yeah, so rook b8 is slightly more common. This move, you know, I'm a little bit on the fence about bishop b7 because, you know, it loses all this value there. And I mean, ultimately, maybe it helps like preventing white from doing anything, I guess. You know, you are protecting your rook. There's a side of this I didn't think of. You know, bishop b7, you could say, well, what does it do? It's like blocked by the pawn on e4. maybe there's an element of it that's positive in the sense that maybe it helps to discourage white from playing d4, you know? I don't know. But it was played by Dmitry Kolarz, who's like, but that was a while ago, so he was pretty weak back then, actually. Yeah. It doesn't have a lot of following, yeah, to be honest. None of these players are particularly strong. Looks like Rook b8 is the gold standard for this position. It was played by Durabagli and Matthew Turner, Simacek, at least a few grandmasters. Alright, but b4 is a new move? No, it was played once. Who is that? Grishchuk. Oh, some fish I played pool once with. He's always getting in time pressure, I heard. This is an old game, though, from 2001. That's like ancient history. b4. No, b4 is playable. But I agree with Mr. Slow. I prefer rook b8. Alright, b4. Knight bd2. Eyeing the c4 square. Black plays rook b8 now. I don't know. That's what Grishuk played. Arsenal and Grishuk. Now knight c4. Wow. So somebody played bishop a7 and someone played b takes c3. Well, the first thing is if b takes c3, knight takes b6, c takes b. Screw you, you know. So he can't take on b6. If you take on c3, he has to recapture. But at the end of the day, I've been talking a lot about this lately. You know, I have a new concept I invented, strategic chess concepts, which I don't know if anyone has ever really used. But they're talking about, I've made this analogy several times, but they're talking about the war in Gaza, and they're talking about leaders and influencing each other, and Joe Biden, for example, has supposed leverage over Netanyahu. So the concept of when you have leverage, I'm just using this as an example, I'm not talking politics. When somebody has leverage over someone else, or something has leverage, you understand what leverage is, but I'm trying to apply it to chess. If I have leverage, it means that I have, you know, kind of power over you in some way. And I think we can apply this concept of leverage to positions where there's tension. Like, in a sense, Arsenal has the leverage here with the more advanced pawn. Here's the point. You can take on c3 whenever you want. But white really can't take on b4. Your move is positionally correct. That move is like positionally incorrect. Taking toward the center is always good, right? But taking away from the center is usually bad. So you essentially have this like leverage to do it when you want to do it. And so the point is, like, if he can't take on b4, why would you not just leave the tension? You know, the more tension, the better. The more tension, the more leverage you have, the more problems the opponent has to worry about all the time. He doesn't know when you're going to make this move. So I would say, why not bishop a7? We want to keep that bishop clearly deterrent from knight b6 for as long as possible. Well, anyway, I don't think that really like addresses the issue. Taking on b6, you're deterring for one move, but you're still going to have to address the issue next move. When you take on c3, he recaptures. You're still going to have to address whether to let him take on b6 or not. I don't think it's necessarily related to whether you release the tension here or not. It's interesting because Simacek played your move, and he's also a strong player. But bishop a7 to me seems more natural. And if your concern was a5, well, that's... maybe there's a case for, like, you playing a5 or something. I mean, or maybe there's a case for you, like, taking and playing a5. Let him take your bishop? I mean, I could see being afraid of bishop a4. Okay, so this was Simichak's answer. He didn't play a5. He played knight a5. So that's another way to meet the threat. And now Eric Hedman, who's like a Swedish IM or something, FM, I don't know. He took on a5. This is an interesting trick. If knight takes b6, you can play knight takes b3. In between move. And maybe that's fine. Hedman ended up playing like knight takes a5 and ended up losing the game after bishop takes a5. I mean, the position looks kind of equal, but White's position is kind of lame. I don't think that White has an advantage, really, you know. It's interesting. But anyways, I like Grishuk's move. It's more uncompromising. But maybe, yeah, not to exchange, but play bishop a7 and a5. Castles and bishop a4. Now here, I mean, this seems like the most classical way of playing the position. And now Galdans did rook e1. But I don't know, like, you know, what White should do. If there's a better move or not. So anyway, alright. You traded pawns and then you went, you know, you went and played bishop g4, which I don't really like. You've had a tendency of doing this type of move quite a bit. You have a tendency to do this. At the end of the day, I don't know how bad it is. If you don't see knight a5, let's say, I mean, I think we still want to consider bishop a7 regardless, right? If the same thing happens, then the same thing happens, you know. It's like here, 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 here. You could still play like Grishuk. The only difference is that there's no pawns here. I mean, I don't know how big a deal this is, you know. Like, it's probably okay for both sides. There's just no b pawns, you know, ultimately. But this is very committal. Now, obviously, it's a little awkward for him to get out of that pin. If he takes your bishop, I presume you would take with a rook. And you lost the bishop, but your position is still not that bad. And it's not so easy for White to take advantage of it, I guess. I would play h3, but he can't yet. Okay. So let's say bishop a2, something like that. Yeah, and your pieces are pretty active, but I kind of like White's bishop pair in the long run. All right, let's see. So bishop g4. I'm afraid this move may be a liability in the long run, because you really don't want to give up your light square bishop necessarily. It is your good bishop and the guardian of white squares. You know, so subsequently, you know, we're gonna have to watch. You're gonna have to watch your white squares in the future if for any reason you decide to give that bishop up. He plays very hesitantly bishop a2. Well, I guess there's a trap, isn't there? I didn't mention this. But if White doesn't play bishop a2, if White just does something, it's almost like a cheapo, right? You're threatening bishop takes f3. I didn't realize it. You're threatening bishop takes f3, and this cheapo shot, bishop takes here. That's what Arsenal's. He's playing for cheapos. Okay, it's an active move though. All right, bishop a2. Now what do you got? What have you got to show for yourself? Keep your bishop? You don't like your bishop. You have a problem. Okay, if bishop a7, bishop e3, bishop e3, knight e3, that's not so great. Maybe that's what you figured. His knight's pretty good anyway. It's a closed position. Castles. Yeah, I think most players are taking this bishop pretty quickly. But it's not clear how big his advantage is from that. He goes here, focusing on those weak light squares, but leaving you with a very powerful bishop. This is a complicated game. Oh, you misevaluated g takes f3. Me too. I assume g takes f3 was good for you. Maybe it's not so simple. So now you were like, oh, I wasn't really serious about giving up my light square bishop. But this raises interesting questions now. How seriously did you consider maybe like taking his knight? Dude, you were like, it's kind of weird if you think about it, because a minute ago you were okay with him like taking your bishop with his knight. So now you're like, now you have the capability of taking his knight with your bishop. But there is the possibility he can play f takes, but that's obviously something we have to worry about. But this is the problem for him, that his bishop, the other bishop, becomes kind of sketch. It's a massive center, but it's the bishop on c1 is, it's tough. I don't know. Let's see what the evaluation is. Equal. What about the other recapture? Yeah, it's close. So the computer thinks the position is equal, but that bishop takes e3 is like a safer move for white positionally. It's interesting. But I'm not saying like bishop takes e3 is necessarily the right move. It's just kind of interesting to think about it. You played this, and now he has sort of superior control of these squares. But I'd like you to play d5, but you have to watch knight g5 now. So it's like you need one more move. You would need like one more move in order to play like d5 if you wanted to, without allowing knight g5. So he plants his knight on d5. And it looks like the result of some kind of like 4 knights game or something. I don't think you have a choice. Unless you want to go full arsenal here with knight e7. Yeah, this is forced. Bishop takes d5, e takes d5. And now, to be honest, doesn't he have to seriously consider this? But I guess he has to come to the realization that he has nothing. So ultimately, knight d5 is a mistake. Then the conclusion that is that knight d5 is probably a mistake for white. But I don't know what he should do. He could play this, for example, right? What about knight g5? Bishop takes a2, rook a2. This is a very useful ace or rook here. Ace or rook. But I do think that you're fine, like, probably. Again, does he want to have a bishop like that? F-file or not, like, his bishop is pretty ill. Like, I think I'd rather not and just take here and offer a draw or play for a draw or something. But knight d5, yeah. Takes, and then you've got that. Maybe there's one hope for that bishop. Rock solid chess. Oh, actually, okay, there's some chances here. I mean, his bishop can still open up. He's got c4, where it is a rock. But I mean, he could transfer to here, and if he can play d4, it opens up again. But I'm not sure if we can do it or not. Knight e7, problem. So he plays bishop g5, and now you played knight g6. And then you're ready. He plays d4, and this is the idea. Okay. Rock solid chess. Rock. Fraggle rock chess. Rock, paper, scissors chess. h6. Squeeze me. That's ugly. That's pretty ugly. I don't like pawn takes pawn. Is there some problem with this? I guess. I mean, White has to seriously think about, like, concretely trying to play for a draw, I think, and admit, like, he has nothing. This is also possible. Nah, now you're threatening this. You've got some knight f4. Knight f4 is kind of nasty. So he'll probably take. And then if you want to win, you know, you probably have to gamble with, like, pawn takes. And the position is a little messy, but even if his bishop comes back to life, he has to worry about this, like, vulture coming to f4 at some point. So the situation is pretty sharp, actually, with this type of opposite-colored bishop position. I think that you have at least equal chances, you know. But it looks like after d4, h6, this is kind of crazy. I don't know why I don't like his position. I mean, I get it, he can come back here. That g-pawn is dangerous, bro. Your bishop's clearly better than his bishop. Now your queen is on a powerful square. His pawn on c3 is garbage. I think the whole evaluation just flipped. Like, black's clearly better now. And his move is totally natural, like g3 to take this away from you. But it still doesn't compensate for your active stuff. You have rook e8 here. Or maybe the other rook. You know, I don't see this rook doing much on the b file. B file is a... Maybe you do get to b2, though. Okay, you're going to just win material? Or are you going to take on d4? Guys, I have a question. What about this? Knight e5. I think this move is really important. It's a hell of an end game, isn't it? After this, let's say like pawn takes. That's a hell of a bishop, but I mean, it still could get back in the game several different ways. Maybe if you get to g2, it's okay. Knight e4, knight e5 was your plan? Defending the pawn? You're definitely better. Yeah, I looked at this and I thought, oh, he can force an exchange, but I'm not so sure how good that is. Yeah, you have check. That's not so hot for white. Yeah, you're better. You're clearly better. Knight d2. So you didn't get your material on. Because opposite color bishops, as I often say, is not about material. Alright, knight e5. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to win the pawn on c3, but it's really not that important. The important thing is attacking his king. You got the h-file. H-file may be fatal. So it'd be nice to have like g6, king g7, rook h8. See you later. I mean, g6, for example, is very subtle, and you would never ever suspect what you're up to if you were to play g6 here. But he's threatening maybe f4, f3, trying to stay active. This is also a thing. Yeah, I'm not sure if white can afford to move the f-pawn, because it's like kind of dangerous due to rook b2 in the 7th rank. So maybe, you know, you could just like move your bishop or something. a7, I guess. The idea would be to get down on the 7th with this rook. You can play rook b1, obviously. That's one possibility. You also have stuff like knight d3, but I'm not sure. It's complicated. So you played this, which it's tough to meet, actually. So white plays this, which may be suicidal. But the question is, like, what is he supposed to do, you know, if he doesn't do that? It looks really bad. I mean, oh, you're saying this is possible. Oh. Even this is good, but you have this immediate blow with like queen takes now. I think he's in deep shit here. He's in really deep shit. It's close to lost. Okay, so his best move is h4 takes, check, king h1. But he's in like critical condition, you know. I mean, this is going to be a very hard position to save. He didn't play this well. Knight d2, knight e5, king g2, queen h6. Okay, f4. You know, spazzing out, but so now you have the e3 square. Family fork. The family plan. Nothing to do. Family plan subscriber. Yeah, that's over. You just win the exchange. Yeah, that was a good game. He has bishop b1, but you're easily winning. Not sure about this move. You know, maybe you just have to play bishop c5. I guess your a6 is hanging. I don't know what that. Not a move. Not a move. I don't really want to lose my a6 pawn, actually. So what was the deal with this position? If queen here, queen a6. I mean, you're not really in any danger. You have rook a8 at any time, and you can always like stop his a pawn, and it's winning. Yeah. Well, not too much to see here. But I imagine you have a tendency to like do what you do in online games, Rich, and sometimes like if you play too quickly, you might blow like winning positions. So you have to sit on your hands in these like winning positions a little bit and be careful. Yeah, it's a nice, easy finish. G4. He doesn't have G4. He realized he doesn't have G4. G4 was almost a very strong move for white here. Sometimes I play well. Alright, Mr. Ginger. Mr. Ginger's not banned, is he? You're not banned. I lose track of who's banned. Alright. Is that a new account? Oh, you're not banned because you created a new account. Was your other account banned? Alright. Just asking for a friend. Mr. Ginger has been gifted a tier 1 sub. Alright, I can't keep track of how many people are banned. Copy. Tools. Learn. Just tell me if you were banned. Study my studies. Arsenal fan with 500-bit donation. Thank you. Damn it, my computer keeps turning off. Learn, yeah. Add new chapter. Paste. Ginger. Alright. We don't talk about that. I can't wait for someone to do a blog on which is better, lichess or cheese.com. When is that coming? 400, 500 bits. Yeah, money talks no. We need the money, guys. We need the money. Need the money. When we ban something here, it stays banned. Right, Mr. Coffee? You guys get the Alien reference, right? Now I was excited about new Alien movie coming out. Alien Romulus. I was talking about it with Yabatis today. It was a weird choice though to call it Alien Romulus. It just makes everybody think of like Star Trek. I mean that's very strange, you know. I'm not getting my hopes up. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to get off subject here. We're going to stay on the subject of chess. Thanks, Rich, for the donation, 500 bits. Cheers. And now we have study moment. Study time. I'm not looking. I didn't look. Don't look at the spoilers. Oh, you think it's like on purpose they reference a different franchise? Yeah, I'm got Endgame Study, Geoprism, Acerbate, Nefedov, and Ginger. No Marianne. Rip Marianne. This is a study. So white to move and win. You know, I mean, in most cases, with this sort of material balance and no passed pawn, it's got to be a draw, right? Normal situation, black will be able to trade off the last pawn, it's a draw. Ain't nobody winning in typical scenario here. But we've got the move, we're up a piece for 2 pawns, but most importantly, the black king is in a bad place. So Mr. Sohand is saying king f3 is forced because of h4? Question mark. I wasn't of that. Forced is kind of a strong word. Forced is a very strong word. Forced, you know, I don't know about German. We say forced when we mean forced. Like, it's the only move you can possibly consider. But if I play like knight somewhere, like knight e3. No, once g is no, I'm saying knight e3 needs to be considered. I mean, maybe it's not an effective move, but I'm just saying like it's a possibility. Theoretically, this is a move, because on h4 we could play g4. I thought that was important to consider. And if g5, king f3, or h5, g5, obviously. So, you know, we're not going to say king f3 is forced, but how many candidate moves do we have here? There's also knight g2. Wait, that would be the next one. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, because of h4, not forced, but I would say, yeah, it's one of only 2 moves. So I would agree with Mr. Slow that at least, like, king f3 or knight e3 are the only moves. On knight e3, there may be another problem, though. Like, black obviously doesn't have to play h4. Black could play a move like g5. So I'm not sure ultimately what we're doing. If here, check, and then your favorite h4. Right. But is there any way to like checkmate white or something here? Maybe it's possible. Do I want a hint? It's still early. It's a little early for a hint. Yeah, but anyway, I just wanted to point this out. Like, yeah. Yeah, but the hint is going to be something like, you have to let your last pawn get traded off. Okay. Well, we'll wait a couple of minutes to do hint. But hint, yeah, it can be conceptual hint, not like what the move is. So Mr. Slow, like, yeah, I mean, I think king f3 is one of 2 candidate moves. If the answer is g4, okay, I'm taking up a new game. But king f3, yeah, I think this is very logical. I mean, obviously, again, if h4, it looks like, you know, you practically have to play g4. It's, if g4 is the move, you're playing Monopoly. Yeah, so what do you guys think? Problem with king f3, h4, g4, h5, g5 stalemate. Is there a stalemate? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, but let's assume that we don't stalemate. We play this. And if he plays king h2, then we can push, and it's not stalemate. If he takes, then we take. He has to go here, and it's not stalemate. Is there some way we can, like, checkmate him? I think, like, alright, here's my theory on this study, but it's going to be something where the pawn gets traded off and we still win. Tell me if I'm right. Spectacular Camel. Like, we're not going to be able to keep the g-pawn on the board. I think we're going to have to, like, checkmate black with no pawns left. That's why this is a study. There's going to be some position that I have my reasons for suspecting this, but I think it's got to be something like what I was just looking at, where the pawn does in fact maybe the pawn is sacrificed. But not right away. So let's go with Mr. Slow's move, which keeps the king from moving. It's thematic. Now, if g5, there's this. Speaking of sacrifice, check, king here. Ooh. King here, knight g3. I don't think we're winning this. So king f3, let's say g5. Or shall we say h4? Which do you guys like better? Two possibilities. g5. g4 looks good for black. Yeah, probably. So knight e3. Do we have another square like d2? I don't think the answer is g4. Suggestions? But I mean, how are we making progress? Like, if we go to 83, why doesn't he just go here? I mean, I guess we have this. And it's possible his pawns just fall. If he starts losing pawns, you know, it's going to be lost without anything fancy. If he, like, loses this h6 pawn, it's probably just lost, is the problem. You don't see anything wrong with 93. Right. Oh, 93 immediately? Well, it might transpose. Arsenal fan, but you know, he does have this, which we didn't really consider. Though maybe it's counterintuitive. But for example, king h2, knight f4. Oh man, that would be nasty. h4, g4. All roads lead to Rome type of thing. Alright guys. I'm too tired for this. So you guys tell me what you think here. We don't even know for sure like what Wade's first move is. Alright. Yubatis, what's the first move? King f3 or knight e3? Give us a hint here. Okay. So after this move, now black has two options. Three options. It's a lot of options. Three options. King h2. I guess king h2 is bad because we just start going after the pawns. That may just lose straight away. This, again, what I was just talking about, doesn't look good. So I don't think king h2 can be the answer. h4 is very logical. And I would assume that we have to play g4. But maybe again black is lost. So if black plays g5, you know, white, we don't have g4. And black can threaten like g4, h4. But if g4 knight, and g4 looks bad too. I mean, how does... So if we just like, let's say, play king f3, g4 check. This is the problem. But if we play knight f5, then h4 is a problem. So I mean, I don't know what to do after g5. What's wrong with g4? Aha. Well, knight g2 just lets him out, like you're talking about. So king f3. g4 check. King f2, h4. This is, I'm not seeing anything. So knight e3, I think this g5 is best. Now what do we do? Knight f5. It's all good fun until someone loses an eye. Oh no. Oh no, it's possible to take. Oh no. And if g4 here, it's possible to take. And if he takes, so that we could possibly win here. Don't tell me this is like a win. Somehow. There's no way. It's a draw. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Alright, guys. Does anybody want to keep going, or do you give up? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's too much for me. I'm fried. I give up. So it's like, keep going. Well, I need you guys to make some suggestions. I mean, you keep going, but you can say keep going, but I need suggestions of what to play here. Knight f5 doesn't work. We're gonna need another suggestion. King f3. g4 check. Okay. Well, white doesn't have that many moves. Knight g2 doesn't look like it does anything. Knight f1 just lets him out. Knight moves let him out, except for knight f5, which allows h4. Yeah, I thought king f3, but I don't really see how to finish it out. I mean, black. I guess the point is king h2. I can go here now. So maybe king h2 is not a solution. Black cannot play king h2. It has to be a pawn move. The obvious suggestion is g4. If h4, we're lost. So, okay. So this has to be a solution. g4 check. Now, which way did he go? I am really confused. Oh my god. Then I'll do the illegal move. King f2, h4. Knight f5. Pawn takes pawn check. Knight takes. Yeah. He's getting out. King f4, h4. Well, it's h4 is the next move, no matter what, you know. g4 check followed by h4. So where do you want to go? And I don't think sacking a knight here is going to help. I am freaking confused. So if king f2, h4... Oh no. Oh no, knight g2. Now we're talking. That's Arsenal with little hint. So we're threatening to win. Like knight takes h4 is winning. Black has to take. And now the knight has to stay protected here. And then h5. And then we just make a waiting move. And then h4. And then it's mate with knight f4. Yeah. That's gotta be it. So the knight g2 is really important. Arsenal was looking at knight f5. I was looking at like knight d5 and knight d1, like Nadag's illegal move. So after h4, this is the only move. And now black, if he just makes this move, he's gonna just lose slowly. We'll pick off the pawns. So he literally has to take. And we take away his other square, and now he's only one move, and it's smothered mate. King h1 here, and mate. That's very cool. Keep the pieces spaced out. Like Astrobate, he's spaced out all the time. Like Jim Ignatowski from Taxi. Alright. Very nice, Ibadas. Thanks for sharing. Thank you for subscribing to the stream. Alright, very cute. You know, so the full solution, our full solution is knight e3, h4, g4. Sorry, I'll make this the proper line. My mistake. Where did it go? Our full solution is... Are you kidding me? Knight f4 mate. Our full solution is... Knight e3, g5, king f3, g4 check, king f2, h4, knight g2, takes, check, king g1, h5. Here, h4. And Arsenal gets the most credit for helping us solve it. Yeah, I'm just here to suss out the crappy variations. I can't really think critically. Thanks, guys. All right, GeoPrism is up next. I don't think Prism is here tonight. So we'll go through this one quickly. It's just a blitz game, probably. Only 63 moves. I'm assuming. What is that? A Nimzo? It's a Leningrad Nimzo? Must be. Oh, you are watching. You're not a subscriber. Sun Prism is a subscriber. Sorry, I'll have to remove the game from the study. Alright, you're gonna get credit. Arsenal fan just gifted a tier 1 sub to Sun Prism. Wow, I was gonna give him credit till next week. But Arsenal fan beat me to it. Good job, Arsenal fan. Solving the solution to the puzzle and donating a gift sub. Alright. You're black, right? Because you're not playing d4. Probe. Is a probe donation. Arsenal's just trying out his wife's new credit card. See if it worked. Actually, I got this, I got like some, how was it now? There was some kind of like class action lawsuit against Verizon, the phone company, and they sent me a credit card in the mail that was like $35 or something on it. Wonder if it'll even work if I try to enter the code or something. Alright. Knight c3, bishop g5, bishop e4, bishop g5. The we're really sorry this time. The government forced us to give you this money back for all the times we cheated you for like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Here's $35 back. For all those fees that we collected for like 20 years that, you know, it will get declined. Yeah, I mean, I just have like a photo of it. I don't even have the card in my possession. My friend just like took a photo of it, so I just know like the card number. Alright. Yeah, it'll decline it. Probably. Bishop g5, and then I just, you know, maybe I can buy like some coffee at Starbucks with my Verizon card code. Okay, bishop g5, c5, d5. Okay, so main line. I just want to say, what do I want to say? My friend, the Weed Master, real name Joe, who's an IM. I just want to congratulate Joe, you know, for getting a higher rating than me for the first time in like 20 years by not playing chess. Way to go, man. Congratulations. April 1st rating list will come out, you know, and for the first time in like 20 years, Joe's going to be higher rated than me by virtue of not playing, you know, so congratulations to you, you know, for not playing a rated game in like 10 years. You're going to be higher rated than me. Good job. But anyway, Joe's not really competitive. It's okay. It just kind of pisses me off that, you know. Alright. I was going to suggest, seriously, the idea of doing like a Blumenfeld style thing, you know, with b5. Yeah, Joe. Joe Mama. Banana Joe. So Joe hasn't played in like 10 years in a tournament, and it's like he's 23-20. Now I'm gonna drop down to like 23-11 or something, and it's like embarrassing, you know. If I just didn't play anymore, it would be better. Dude, what? Why can't take on D8 if 94, right? Of course he. Of course he can. Are you kidding me? It's not the. Dude, this isn't the Cambridge Springs variation. Do you see any games with 94? Oh man, nobody saw that. No, there's something wrong with that. Like Queen B3. Ours. No, he can take, of course. Takes. And I think this type of thing. Maybe Queen C2 works. This sort of thing. Check. I guess it helps to have like another square clear, you know. No, I don't think it works. But nice idea. Yeah, but there's only 13 games here with B5. I was wondering about this though. You know, interesting. Interesting that there's a Gaiam game, because he plays a lot of. He was playing a lot of Blumenfeld, one of the better Blumenfeld players. I just thought it's an interesting alternative. Let's see. So D6 and now E4. And E4 is going to raise some interesting questions. It's definitely not a move. E3, 236 games. F3, a handful. Knight of 3, Queen C2. There are 2 games with E4. Now E4 is a very interesting pawn sacrifice, tempting Arsenal into sacrificing his queen. Well, let's just say this, all right? I think of Leningrad Nimzo as kind of like a good snake Benoni. It's a really good snake Benoni after E4, bro. That's the problem. That's why white has to play E3 in these structures. If you play E4 like this guy did, there's a number of problems. You know, the problem is that, okay, E4 pawn, E file. It's much more likely the E file opens up against your king. And the dark squares are just weak, you know. So if you play E3, you keep good control of E3. You've got control of D4. If H6, you can drop your bishop back. You're not giving up your dark square bishop for the knight on F6. The problem is here, if you play E4, black can play H6. And if you give up your dark square bishop, man, you got nothing, you know. You got absolutely nothing to show for this. White is clearly worse after queen takes F6. While it might not seem that bad on the surface, you know, I don't think it's good for white. There are just a lot of long-term weaknesses in the dark square. So, I mean, typically you play E3, and then if black plays H6, the bishop drops back. You don't give up that bishop for the knight on F6. Black plays G5, we go back to G3, you know, and then, like, various things are possible. But, you know, for example, but E4 is not normal, but not because of anything dramatic like knight takes E4. I would say you just play H6, dude. So the question is, like, are you giving up your bishop? Are you playing this? Because then I am taking on e4. Are you playing bishop h4? Because then I'm playing g5. And now after bishop g3, I am taking on e4 probably. And I would assume this is just good for black. White might have some vague kind of compensation, but I mean, it's not enough for sure. So this is just seems like a question mark. It's funny though, there's a game from 1989 and a game from 2000. Both players played bishop takes c3 check. I see, okay, I get it. So there may be a trick. Why did both players play bishop takes c3 check? Now I understand. There is a trick. No, I think it's like if you play h6, there's this. You know, maybe bishop d2 isn't so bad. What do you guys think? Maybe this isn't so bad. Bishop d2, bishop takes d2, bishop takes d2, or bishop takes c3, knight takes c4, and now bishop takes g7. I don't know. There's a funny line like queen a5 check, bishop c3, and if knight takes c3, you could play queen d2. You know, I don't know if black has that much in this position. You're gonna have to lose it back. So that's funny. I've never run into this move. But oddly enough, I mean, I'm sure that black has more than one good move. Like bishop takes c3, okay, this is definitely played by some guys that were 2400, it's okay. I would imagine you could also castle. But if you castle, you're going to transpose to some kind of f3. Boom. There you go. Castle transposes to a Gurgyu variation. You can't give white time to play f3. h6 allows bishop d2. So, and pawn takes is probably fine, but it would allow white to maybe like take this way and at least like get rid of his weak pawn. So that's why these guys all took here. They're going to take and then they're going to play h6. You're going to force white's hand to have to take on f6. So takes, h6, takes, queen takes, and then white hangs on for a win in one game. Bangiev actually beat someone with white. White has some space. Maybe white's okay. That's funny. Anyway, never ever had anyone play e4 there. So, I just want to verify that one move with the engine. God damn it. That bishop d2 line. Because h6, I almost would have played this for sure. But bishop d2 is a problem. I mean, I'm sure that black is fine here as well, but nothing special. I just want to check this. Yeah. Yeah, so bishop takes c3 is actually slightly better for white. This line, there's a better move. Wow. Bishop g7, queen a5 check, and the line I gave. But this queen g4 is even better. Cool. 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 Yeah, but I suspected bishop d2 was a problem. Otherwise, why would these strong players have not played h6? Yeah, e4, and now e takes d5, and now c takes d5. Well, yeah. Brian and Guttram, I have bad news for you. C takes d5 was kind of risky. So both Berberin and Johansson played Johansson, I guess. We should call him Johansson since he's Australian and not Swedish or something. Or Danish. But dude, This helps white. I was expecting he would take this way. So you castle, you transpose to a perfectly normal f3 line. The problem is h6, bishop d2. And some guy even played bishop e5 check. But bishop d2. Burburin went on to win. After castles, he just played f3. Well, all it is a transposition to a lame bishop d2 move in an f3. This is still okay for white, though, probably. Jonathan Parker is a name I haven't heard around in a while. But anyways, I'm not sure if h6 is the best move here at all. But I would have preferred the Bangiev Utamov variation, bishop takes c3 check. So takes, and then you castled, and then the guy plays bishop d3. So now we're in Twilight Zone. It looks like a Benoni, yeah. Maybe you're going to transpose the snake Benoni pretty soon, bro. This is like a sort of tempo up snake Benoni for black after bishop d3. You didn't have to play like bishop d6, bishop c7, bishop a5. You did like bishop b4 in one move. Rook e8, knight e2. Yeah, but I mean, still white is slightly better now. You managed to turn a Nimzo into the snake Benoni. Not a great transposition. Castles, knight e5, and now white goes berserk. There's a mention of c4. I don't really see how that works. c4? Squeeze me? Well, you're going back a long ways. Instead of knight d7. Your other castles. Okay. Instead of knight d7, c4. Aha! So then what? You do like rook takes? Bishop takes c4, rook takes? That's possible. But white would probably play bishop c2. I guess. Yeah, it's possible. It's risky. You give squares to get squares. Risky. Knight to bd7, castles, knight e5, and then he goes berserk with f4. Well, what could possibly go wrong with f4? Well, Arsenal's idea starts to pick up some power. There's the e3 square. But our bishop on b4 is making me nervous. Arsenal's idea is really gaining you know, the thing is about that bishop, yeah, it's like pinning nothing. You know, once white castles, this is important. This bishop, what is it doing? Are you going to bring it back, maybe? I guess. So knight e5, f4. I don't know now. You know, you can take, you can play knight g4. Looks very artificial. But you have stuff like this. Threatening this, f5, queen d2, c4, with ideas of bishop c5 check or queen b6. It looks fishy, though. White center is very scary. But my instinct is f4. f4 might be a bit early here. Alright, anyway, f4, knight takes d3, takes. You know, I do not really like h6, weakening your king side. But I mean, e5 is like the sword of Damocles here. So, you have c4. I mean, Arsenal is right about that idea in general. I'm not sure that h6 helps us. Astrobate, what would you do? Like queen b6? Going for the cheapo? So let's see c4 now. Does this do anything? Check. Now we have this. But there's also bishop check, you know, so I don't know, you know, but I think we need to get the queen out of the pin. So check, king h1 and then knight g4. Let's see what the engine says. Slightly better for white, of course. Knight d1. No, but computer thinks you have compensation. Mr. Slow's hero, Velimirovich, would be happy in Benoni land here. Sequel to Zombie Land. If zombies could play an opening, Mr. Slow, what opening would it be, right? Like, Bloody Benoni, right? So that's pretty cool. You gotta seek counterplay urgently. But I don't like h6. Because I don't see the upside. You're not... I mean, okay, I shouldn't say you're not. Alright, I'm being biased, but... Okay, first of all, the bishop comes back. It has some defensive value for white. Being able to come back to f2. I was gonna say, like, there's no way you're playing g5. But maybe I shouldn't be so hasty, you know? Look, if your bishop is on g7, or even f8, honestly, if your bishop was on g7, you couldn't play. I don't know, you probably would be on g6 or whatever. But all I'm saying is, like, say your bishop's on f8. I don't know. If it's around the king, it helps out to protect the king side. Maybe I could see, like, playing for g5. But here, honestly, like, any sort of g5 idea looks beyond insane, you know? This is just, like, totally nuts. I mean, there's practically no way that black's king can survive here. Whereas, like, if your bishop were, like, on f8 or g7, I mean, maybe such a move could be viable. Like, pawn takes pawn and try to pin him. You know, you do the Sicilian thing, like, I don't know, knight h7 or something, but I don't think this is gonna fly here. So my point would be, like, why play h6 if you can't play g5? That's kind of my argument, you know? But you just didn't know how else to get out of the pin. You just didn't really have a plan. And this is definitely wrong. So your only way to get out of the pin is with this. But now he has bishop f2. Alright. Truthfully, h6 may not be that bad, but I think you have to play this. And then on takes, now on queen b6, he has bishop f2. So it's not nearly as good as it was. So h6 was a mistake. h6, bishop h4. Now this totally kind of random move, bishop g4. Your bishop could get trapped in some cases. I think he's Arsenal fans' soul brother. He likes playing bishop g4. No, okay. It's a Benoni. I mean, you're trading pieces if you can. That can get stuck there, though. You know, curious. I'm curious about something. Are you curious? Damn, dude. Does he have knight g3? Like, I have this friend, Tot Ervin, who's Hungarian. I am, and he loved to play. Like f3 type of Nimzos. I mean, dude, I think that black's in deep shit here. Honestly, it looks like black's in really shit. I don't think that bishop is a liability. You know, I think that bishop is totally fine. Okay, you got one last chance to do this. Takes, check, and then get the hell out of there. But this is reinforced. But ultimately, there's like a coastal evacuation order, and there's a massive tsunami like coming down the E and F files right now, you know. So whatever happens next, it's not gonna be like easy for black. The tsunami hits, your house is gonna get like washed away, you know. Like we can go here, okay, fine, whatever, you know, queen d3, and now I have no idea what's going on. Because white's threatening bishop takes f6, so I guess like here, let's just say for kicks like this, or maybe knight h7 to threaten or protect more around the king, whatever. But eventually the tsunami's coming, and you're not really seriously thinking about trying to trap my bishop with g5, are you? Good luck with that. I think that's again like fatal. This is obviously fatal. Like you don't have to be like Efim Geller to find this type of shit with rook takes f7 and coming down in. You know, this is crucifixion, man. I mean, not to bring on the Easter vibes, but this is not good. Yeah, so anyway, bishop g4 may not really help. a3, bishop takes e2. Now that did help. We managed to trade off something. Now he takes this way, bring it back. You got a bad check Benoni, or whatever, snake Benoni. Now e5 looks really strong, but you have a saving. You might have a saving grace here, right? So take, take, take. This is a Salvation Army. This is the Salvation Army. Okay, so now he plays knight g3. Very similar and very scary with knight coming to f5. You know? So you tried to do kind of the right thing, you know, but not as dynamic now. He seals you off. Obviously b5 doesn't do that much. Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble here. Do you like that pin? How's the pin treating you? Damn, dude. Maybe resign? No. Do we have any moves? Yeah, but I mean, he's getting crumbled, like crumpled stiltskin. The tsunami's too fast here for any a6, it looks like. It's plus 2.4 tsunami on the tsunami scale. It's already lost for black. This just like kind of prevents knight f5. And white doesn't have rook e1. But I imagine e5 is crushing. Or knight h5 maybe? No, you don't have that? You don't have it. So maybe he has to play e5. There's always like the Sieper Swiller. This? Irvin would love this position. Plus 2.5. What's the move? e5? Yeah. He's got to break with e5. That's fun. Bishop d8, anyone? I think like starting to consider this or something. No. It's bad. I mean, you're just never getting out of that pin. This is crushing. I don't know how you survived this game. Bishop d8. Ah. Yeah. The snake Benoni. What a trip it's been for that bishop, right? Back to d8. Nice. And now queen d7, and everybody's hunkering down. Wow. So you play the Nimzo. It's like a reverse. It's like snake Benoni in reverse. He's going to b4 and then back to the other side. Fine. Fine is relative. Ruben fine. Well, I mean, white still has an ominous like central advantage, but it's not beyond defense now. Yeah. Looks like a4. Does he have knight f5, by the way? Well, that protects the bishop on h4. But if this... It's complicated. Check, takes, bishop takes d8, you know, rook takes d8, rook takes e4. And black's kingside is a little bit compromised, but maybe he's still going to hold on. For something like that. Black's trying to hold on, but this looks like a massive concession. John Nunn says that dark square bishops are pretty good defenders. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6. Now white, I think that white like has to play e5. Probably, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's not that desperate. All right. This is still a sealer sweeper, and I think it's still dangerous. Who cares about no stinking defending the pawn? Like, if you take, we have stuff like knight e4. Not right away, because yeah, if f5 e4, it's a two-way street, right? We got to really make sure that doesn't happen, I think, with white. So white probably needs to do this, and actually, I don't know, maybe it's not that clear. You don't have f5, but I don't know. So a4, and you're out. Check, and like Arsenal said, g6. So I expected g6. Still, because knight f5 is a threat. You went here preventing knight f5? Not really. Attacking f4, defend, a6, and now knight f5. I need to see, I think I need a doctor. Wendy. So can we go here? Where's your tactic? b5? Does that do anything? I'm gonna need to see your tactical license. This guy had a chance to play knight f5 and he didn't do it. But I think you better do it while you still can, because that's a big fat fork on d6. He does this, but who has time for that? a5, and you did g6. Wonder why. Now Arsenal's happy. You know, it may be that black is better now. Back rank mate. Even this is kind of provocative. Understandable. Here. Now the guy does knight f5. It's a beautiful trap. Wow. Oh no. And you just fell for it? It's a double threat. Oh my god. So you sacked your queen. It's a fortress. It's a fortress. So white finds a way to lose, right? I don't know. Maybe you should play this, but I'm still worried about e5. Maybe you should play pawn takes, actually. Why don't you play pawn takes? This is probably objectively playable. Alright, anyway, maybe this is okay. Rook takes, pawn takes. White has to be very accurate now. Maybe g4? I don't know. He needs, damn, he can't blockade. He's got no king. He needs his king to blockade on e2. Uh-oh. That's not a good move, master. This is just degenerating now. I mean, e4 is hanging. You're lost here. Well, actually, maybe not. I mean, you can play rook e8. You have to play rook e8 or e3. No, your rook's hanging with check. You had to play rook e8. Wow, this is terrible. He doesn't take the pawn. Blitz game. I think after this you have some problems. I doubt this is a fortress. Yeah. But now, okay. He needs to put his king on e2. He dropped his a pawn. No, you're going the wrong way. Actually, I don't know if it matters. He's trying to get his king to g4, huh? Oh, that's creative. Yeah, it was bullet chess. Our favorite. And then he walks away. Yep. Alright. Bullet chess at its best. No. It was probably a blitz game that degenerated into... Blitz or rapid that degenerated into bullet. But black goes on to win. Acerbate is up, guys. Just a short break. We'll be back. I got to do 1, 2... We got Acerbate, Nefedov, and Ginger. I mean, Marianne. Right, short break, guys. 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, what's up? Hey everybody. Alright. Arsenal fan, thank you for your gifting a sub to Sun Prism. We're back to our analysis. Acerbate. got him. Wow. I'm like a predator. Killed that fruit fly. Did you hear that, guys? Let me move the mic so you can hear the fruit fly up close and personal. Better. I'm sorry about that. I forgot. Alright. Asteroid, what's up with black? Cool. Sicilian. I should really, force Asteroid to play like knight to c6 or something. Really, seriously, dude. Because you're still going to get 8 billion people playing bishop c4. It's so disgusting. But at least you get a few people playing the open Sicilian. The problem with having you play the hyper-accelerated dragon is that it just encourages more. Instead of like 70% of random players in online chess playing like the Bodler attack, now you get like 95%. And it's actually true. Like bishop c4 is a better move after g6 than it is against knight c6. For your development, though, it's holding you back because you're getting like too many of these games against these noobs who play this trash. It's not a bad move, but they don't play it right. Bishop c4, bishop g7, and now the best move is c3, and we've seen a lot of examples of that. Most of Astrobait's opponents, by the way, like they hang a piece with like knight g5, e6, something random, and like queen takes g5. He has like 100 games like this where people drop their knight on g5 after maybe queen f3. That's the classic, right? Queen f3. It's a very polarized. It's a polarized position. You either checkmate black or hang a knight. There's only like 2 ways this can go. Dude, it's like Astrobait is an expert on this line. I mean, how many games do you think he has here? We started to really work out like what's the best path of like the queen like later on, like which way should it go to? We're working out whether it's better to go to e5 or e7 or d8 after the opponent like drops a knight on g5. Like we're serious about this Bodler. It's just sick, man. But alright, this guy plays knight c3, so not the most dynamic move, but at least he didn't hang a knight, and it's basically transposing to a kind of closed Sicilian. Okay, so you're playing like a closed English in reverse with an extra tempo. Now knight c6 is appropriate. White plays. Wow. Now this is a new one. Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. White plays. You're gonna like this d4, but that move is actually playable if black's played e6, oddly enough. So if black had an extra move here and went e6, then d4 would be, maybe d4 would be viable, because there would be like a weakness on d6. But you can't just play d4 for no reason. No. It's a gambit if say I did like, well, say I lost the tempo here. No kidding, like d3, now e6. Now I'm going to wager that it's actually not unsound to play this here. Yeah, see? It's plus 0.2, 0.3. If you have this knight b5 idea to go for d6 and recapture the pawn or whatever, the gambit concept becomes a thing. But when black hasn't played e6, it's just totally ridiculous. So this is just totally ridiculous. And you should take back with the pawn. You did. And then, well, white's just down a pawn for nothing. And not just any pawn, like, mind you, like the central pawn. Nothing major. Just the most important pawn on the board here. Okay, knight d5, e6, knight f4, and white's lost. Now you played knight f6, which... I think normally it's better to stay behind the shelter of the pawn chain, but this move has the virtue of putting pressure on the white center. So I don't think that it's necessarily a mistake. And in addition, white might drop a pawn with like this, check, and then take on e5 with check. So knight f6 is okay. White plays bishop b5. Squeeze me? That drops a piece, check, here, bishop d2, queen b5. And then he trades queens after dropping 2 pieces. Dude, Aspirate, are you serious? This is your submission? Alright, let's see the end. I don't advocate this. You know, I think you're up... Wait, you're only up 1 piece here? Feels like you're up 2. You're up a piece and a pawn. So I think this is greedy and you should trade queens. Queen takes e2 check, then capture on e4. You're up a piece, 2 pawns, no compensation. But instead he doesn't trade queens. And anytime you don't trade queens, there's at least like a 0.5% chance that you like screw up and get mated or something. Even if you're up a piece, if you're up a rook. Like the time I like cursed out Huang Trong for not resigning against me down a rook. Because the queens were on the board, you know, I found a way to lose. If the queens are not on the board, it's much less likely you can blow like a rook up position or piece up position or something like that. He grabs the pawn on b2. You know, this is like a gift. Take the queen exchange. It's over. But I mean, I can't believe this guy's 1642. You know what's funny? You see games like this, and then you're getting people on my stream who are 1400, who are grinding me down in like endgames and my simul. And this guy's 1642. Okay, maybe he was playing on his dad's account or something. Castle, knight g5. There's no queen attacking at this time. Nothing to see here though. Nothing to see here. This is a very ugly game. That's also. Astrobate has this thing of playing f6. Like, I think I like h6 better, so as not to obstruct your bishop. It was really... I mean, still, we're up a piece, right? Here it is. There's our extra piece. Instead of, like, developing that piece, Astrobate, you know, it's not that stupid. I mean, instead of developing his extra piece, he grabbed a pawn on b2. Really not necessary. So here we go. b6. And now the pressure on d7 makes it a little complicated to get our bishop out. Now a5. The other thing you might want to do is get your queen home, but there's no safe haven. This is a pretty crazy situation. Like the white queen is almost trapped. If you take on a2, rook a1, then here, and now here, and it's bye-bye queen. And that's why I told you so. Don't take on b2. Get the queen back into the game. Probably your first priority here would be queen b6. Even before getting this bishop back in the game. a5 clearly to play bishop a6. But also, you know, anytime you do that, you're going to be dropping your d7 pawn. And this was in the position. Oh, wow, I had this before. Alright, I missed this. So that's where you should have played this like long ago. You should have played this first of all. Offering a trade of queens. And he hangs on the piece. Yeah, this is a really bad game. Okay, we're going to need more quality control here. Yeah, queen d4 should have been played straight away. I just totally spaced and I didn't see it. But Aspie, we're going to need more quality control with the game submission there. That was a weak submission. That player shouldn't even be in the same room with you. Very, very weak 1642 there. Happy to have seen the mate. Shocking, isn't it? Alright, now we got some serious game here. Nefedov. Thanks for the game, Masturbate. Serious Nefedov. Oh, the exchange variation. Yeah, this will be good. This is Nefedov's submission. I don't know if he's here. Junior Scheller is a sensible suggestion. And that last game? Yep. I didn't see Queen D4. But the moral of the story is if you're up a piece, don't go grabbing like poison pawn on B2. You know, there's just no reason to do that. Okay? You know better than that. If you have a totally winning position, there's absolutely no reason to take any risks, you know. Okay. So Nefedov is white. This is over the board. No, this is an online game. Usually he's submitting like club games. He who takes the queen's knight pawn is for the streets. Shall spend his night in the streets, penniless. Yeah, well, hustlers, they know better than to take that pawn. So Nefedov with white, a6, and takes. And now yeah. The number one game, that's insane. So number one game in the database of all time is Kamsky-Carlson 2013. Basically, Bobby Fischer's opponents were too low rated, and Fischer played the exchange variation when he was young. So that's why we're not going to see any Bobby Fischer exchange variations in the database. There's a number of games with Nakamura. I didn't know that Cairo played a lot of stuff. Leiko, Nakamura, a lot. You know, Nakamura has quite a few games here. Yeah, I think it's hard to play as black too. It's hard for both sides. You know, it's a tense. Not tense, but it's a tough struggle. So I just want to say, like, I think this move should be played more often. You know, I think everyone acts like B takes C is like losing by force or something, and it doesn't. And I really stress like being creative in practical play. If you really studied the ins and outs of B takes C6 and you busted this out on an exchange variation guy, I mean, maybe it's a mistake, but I think to some level it's probably interesting. Maybe at some level it's a mistake. But there's more to it than you think. Get your pawn back. You haven't lost a pawn yet. No, you don't have a problem with that. There's this. This. Oh, this is funny. Well, Formatic lost here in a 2003 game. That's crazy. But no, Arsenal, like, the pawn capture isn't good. I mean, it's very strange that Ed would play knight takes e5. I don't understand. Well, he was past his prime. But Ed had a very good score against me, but I played him when I was young, and I lost to him a couple games, and he was a good player. He's still around somewhere, but he must be like in his 80s. He must be 80. Close to 80. Yeah, no, the point isn't to take on e5. You can also play... No, but you can also play queen e7. Now on d4, there's this. Knight takes c6, queen takes e4, check. Queen e2, queen e2, king e2, bishop b7, d5. And now, let's turn on the engine. G6 novelty. There's this. This is what I looked at. You know, bishop takes c6, takes, and knight e7. This stuff is, you know. But anyway, it's not the point, you know. Anyone who knows what they're doing in the exchange variation isn't going to take the pawn on e5. They're going to play either castles or d4. But anyway, I just want to make a point about stuff that we just take for granted, you know. I played it against Nefedov once or twice already. What is that? What do I have a game from? So Prism's already submitting his game for next week. Alright. That's early. Early and often. You should probably, like, add, like, a comment. Like, here's my game for next week. This is for next week. I will miss these messages. Luckily, I noticed it. Alright, so D takes C6, castles. And, well, the only other move is really, I was looking at D4, actually. What's the deal with D4? So this is considered to be nothing? Like an inferior version. E takes D4, Queen takes D4, Queen takes D4, Knight takes D4, and we just transpose. So here's the question, why don't more people play D4? Is there something wrong with this? E takes D4, Queen takes D4, there's Bishop G4. I'm not sure I like fully understand. I mean, this just transposes. So there must be another move for black somewhere. Bishop G4. But look, there's like no games. No one does this. I don't know. I mean, well, I don't know. Bishop G4. Yeah, but that's the question, Arsenal. Why did only 3 people out of 509 play Bishop G4 here? There seems to be a problem. It has to be this. Takes. Queen takes D1 check. King takes D1. It's not a problem. Like, it looks like it's okay. It's just not as good as the main lines. So now King E2. White won 2 games here. But these are like correspondence games or something random. Maybe some random... One of them is probably a correspondence game. I don't know. Maybe not. So the engine likes this. And black gets his pawn back. No. Bishop F4. Okay, so it's unclear. But anyway, like, more questions than answers again. Why don't more people try D4? Takes, castles. And now F6. It would avoid this variation. D4. Okay, maybe this is just better. Like, F6. You know, there are other variations, of course. The Bishop G4 is a major line. But there's also Queen D6. The Nigel Short, like Knight E7. F6 is the main line. But I mean, I guess the point is, like, here. My little notebook thing. You submitted your game as well. My notebook thing. I've got... You're in my notebook. What's the point, though? Here's my question, okay? If we, like, induce F6 by black, Nedog would be excited if he was here. Is F6 a good thing for black or a bad thing? That's my question. It takes away, like, the knight square on F6. And we have to, like, surrender our center with E takes D4 in most games. This is the most common. By the way, I had a student who used to play like this with white. This line. He used to like to play this line with white. But this is main line. Oh, the guy does Bishop G4. Okay, cool. I haven't seen this as much. White has a plus score here. Overall. But I guess it keeps more tension in the position. So pawn takes c5, wrecking black's pawn structure. Rip pawn structure. Queen takes d1, rook takes d1. Yeah. And bishop takes f3 is like repulsive. So we finally get to see Bobby Fischer. There was a draw in their match in 72. No, Fischer didn't play the exchange variation normally at that stage. It was his like first thing against the. Is this where we play rook d3? Fe5 rook d3, isn't that it? Yeah. This is what my student used to play. I had a student in Boston back in the early 2000s. He was an architect. Anyway, rook d3 guards here laterally. Boom. This is a standard line. So that's Fischer-Spassky 1972. Player in question was probably Fischer-Boone. Player. Now bishop d6. Again, like I don't like bishop takes f3. I mean, this is a huge concession. So black is really like admitting like you have no intention at all to even think about trying to win. Can you imagine here Geller won a game against Anatoly Lane in 1971? How the heck does black win a game in this position? How did Anatoly Lane lose to Geller with white? That's crazy, bro. Black has like a broken pawn structure on the queen side, the bad bishop. I can see if he's equal, but like losing with white is ridiculous. Like, how could that happen? You can even take with the pawn. Look at taking with the pawn. No one's ever lost a single game in the history of chess with pawn takes pawn. That's crazy. Dude, a 2200 Drew Karpov. I wonder if that was a simul or something. It had to be. Dude, no one ever in the history of chess has lost this position with white. That's sick. Pawn takes pawn. But anyway, like, taking on f3 isn't right. I mean, it's just funny that Anatoly lost with white. Alright. I mean, Geller was a great player, but, dude. This is standard. Knight on bd2. And so this is, speaking of losing with white, Kamsky Carlsen 2013. That was when Gaida had his comeback. That was around the time, well, actually he had been doing the comeback for a while by that point. I played him when he just first started his comeback in like 2000. When I played Gaida, it was like 2007 or something like that. Because he had been away for a long time, just pretending to do something other than chess, I guess. So it's possible to lose to Magnus Carlsen, I guess. Well, I mean, I don't think that, I think that Kamsky's true peak was earlier, right? I don't know exactly. But, he abruptly shut down his career for quite a few years, which is not good. Definitely not good. There were rumors that he'd been the med school. No, there were rumors that he went to med school and law school, and I don't know what's true and what's not. But I don't see how he went to med school and law school. Both? Maybe he was doing correspondence courses. I have no idea. Okay. Knight f6, and now knight c4. Nefedov's still in his theory. And now black takes on e4. Takes. I mean, is this a really good deal for white? So after knight f6, the problem is the black pawn is isolated. You gotta be a little crazy if Rustam was your father. After knight f6, I don't really like, giving up the superior pawn structure here for white. Are we going to get something in return? So b3 is the other move. Just keeping the tension and trying to play for bishop b2. He has two dads. The other Rustam. Rustolium. Wow. So the vast majority of players do not take this pawn on e4. This is an FM, by the way, playing Nefedov in an online game. The vast majority of games are castles here for black. Then white takes, and then bishop e2. And Gata lost this. Apparently like almost unlosable variation. Rook e3, bishop takes c4, knight takes c4. What, knight g4, rook e2. And so it looks like if Gata were to play rook f3, he probably wouldn't have lost. No one's lost with rook f3 out of 3 games. But rook e2, there's a couple of losses. Ivan Attila, who I don't know, beat Rovid Kalman, who's an FM. So Rovid Kalman and Kamsky had that in common. Bishop takes h2 check. And both players went wrong now. So Gata just didn't know the line deep enough, He just didn't know the line deep enough. He played king f1. I had this decision against you the other day. Both games white lost because they played king f1 here. It's the Arsenal decision. If you play king h1, you're out of the woods. Wow. This is correspondence. It's correspondence games. Bishop g3. And white is actually plus here. Poor Kamsky. He didn't know the line well enough. Knight f takes e5. And now we get this. And now Nefedov played the move that Alex Scherzer played in '87, which smells like World Junior Championship. Alex Scherzer versus 2365 guy named Mahmoud, 1987. I was in high school. I'm like 1 year or 2 years younger than Scherzer. I would assume this was probably World Junior Championship. F3. Exactly the same game. Knight f6. And now rook takes d6 from Scherzer. Who was on his way to becoming a GM by 1987, and On his way to moving to Hungary, probably. Actually, I knew Scherzer when he went to URI, and he moved to New England for a time. He studied for a year or two at University of Rhode Island, and I think he was an IM and didn't have the GM title yet. He passed away a couple of years ago, shockingly. Very strange, but... So Nefedov misses rook takes d6. This is just immediately winning. And I see Nefedov's he's just too nice a guy. You know, he wants to give the guy a chance and play knight takes and just be a pawn up. So another victim of exchange variation not knowing the line well enough. And looks like bishop e6 is better. Bishop f5 is inaccurate. You know what's interesting though? Here. Black has one chance to play bishop takes e5. Does that work? How does that work? Bishop takes e5. Weird. Bishop takes e5. Because if I could get opposite color bishops, right? Like knight takes e5. Maybe black has chances to draw, even though he's a pawn down. Good chances to draw. But instead, there's like bishop takes e5, f takes e4. And now this. That's crazy. And you can't play... But I mean, this looks really good for white. I don't understand. Yeah, knight takes c5. I don't know though. Is it not winning? Knight takes c5, bishop takes d3, knight takes d3. Stockfish is gonna love this for white. What is Stockfish gonna say? Plus 1.0. It's not sure that this is winning. Chess and riddle. Yeah, and black has a pawn, but it's a handicap pawn. It parks in a handicap spot. Yeah, okay. It's a half pawn. Half a pawn and a rook for two pieces. And black should probably draw. So yeah, FM didn't know his stuff. And Nefedov just misses a crushing shot with rook takes d6. So we get to an endgame where, you know, this is kind of like, well, what black really could have gotten if he had played bishop e6 instead of bishop, you know, bishop f5, king e7. You know, see, the thing is, like, the dark squares are a little bit weak. Well, obviously c2 is hanging as well. So see, this is a very awkward move for Nefedov to have to play. He plays rook d2. But what are you going to do? You're going to lose your pawn? Should we consider maybe losing the pawn on purpose? Nah. We're going to shift the rook over to e2. So he plays rook d8. And now c2 is hanging. Nefedov plays g4, but how does that work? How does this work? Boom, boom, boom. You gave the pawn back. Check. And the black king is stuck. But let's try king e6. Oh no. Can I play king e6? Be brave, man. Here's my idea, and it may not be good, but can I put my king on d5? Yeah, I mean, this is pretty sketchy, but yeah. It's not necessarily lost for black. But I think speak English, man. Hold up, did we have an idea of letting king takes rook? King takes rook? Letting king takes rook. Oh my god. Dude. That's a whole rook and nothing but the rook, so help you God. No, no. No, I mean, no, come on. Like, that's insane. That's insane. Like, what are you suggesting? G4? Well, what's the point, though? What would the point of this move be? You're like just doing crazy shit for fun? I mean, king takes here, check, king here. You're just like simplifying to an ending where it's 5 pawns each. For example, takes. I mean, you're kind of playing for complications. I don't know. I want to try to find something wholesome for white. But I think it may be too late. You know, maybe white doesn't have enough. Luckily, black was afraid. Okay. Thanks, Sun Prism. I don't know what that was for, but I appreciate it. 50 bits. 50 bits. No, I mean, I think that's fancy chess. You're playing fancy chess. Rook takes, king e7. No, I mean, this is... The only thing I thought about was here. You know, maybe like going here. And it's our turn, and, you know, black's king doesn't have a lot of good places to go. He could have gone to d1 instead of d2, but I don't know if it really makes any difference. You know, black would probably play like rook d8, and then we would just go here anyway. There's another, yeah, I mean, where does the king go? You know, it has to go to like f8 or d6. No, it has to go to f8. It's pretty bad. Or hide out with like the bishop in front of it as a human shield. So rook d2, black played this. Hd8, I don't know if that's the right... He's trying to go back there, it looks like, yeah. And so this happened. G4. But... maybe black should try to stay calm here. Because this is really not ideal coordination for white, like this and this. You're thinking of, yeah, you're very, very tactically oriented. But instead of like just going down crazy tactical variations, let's try to calmly assess some ideas here. Why does black want to exchange rooks? What if he just simply moved his bishop? What's the problem? I mean, g5 is nothing special, right? I can go here or here. King e6. Ooh, that's kind of dangerous. Yeah, I don't know about that one, man. Mr. Slow, you're getting a little too provocative with king e6. I think that's really asking for trouble. But my only question is, like, logically speaking, like, I don't think this benefits black. Okay, he wants to grab the pawn. He's being kind of materialistic. So this is a materialistic way of playing. I mean, takes, check. And now this was possible, but he goes back with king d8. But now there's bishop a5. And the thing that bothers me about this position is the opposite color bishop thing. I guess rook d... Yeah, this is true. He has knight d5. All right. Yeah, now that I look at it, black has knight d5. When you think about it, I guess it's okay for black because of knight d5. Otherwise, black is in big trouble, you know. No, I think that white is better. There's no question, but Rook c1 is interesting because black bishop doesn't have anywhere to go. Let's go to a4. Dude's got to consider a4. Then b3. This is funny. Oh, this is really hit or miss. Black would have to be very, very careful. Possibly something like a5. But I don't see how it's going to work. You know, a5, bishop e1. Or let's say bishop e1, bishop a4, b3, bishop b5. And the point is, you can't go here because the bishop takes a5 check. So basically black's bishop runs out of squares. It doesn't have anywhere to go. You can't drop a5 with check. So he sucks it up and does this, but I think now black is seriously worse. After knight g6, hg6. Rook d1 check is definitely not a constructive move. Unless he's winning material by force. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Okay, then black has to be thoughtful here. Now where do we go? Oh, this is ugly. Man. The point is g7. I thought you would play this. This is really awkward for black. I think he's in deep shit, actually. Nefedov went to f8. King c7. Takes. Rook e8. And black has a lost position, I think. This is a lost position. I mean, it's 3-on-1 on the king side. And we can prevent black from penetrating. Don't think rook e7 is a good move. I thought a block has one last chance with maybe knight f4. Yeah, he played well. But I think this looks problematic because of, wow, rook h7. You can't go to h6. So you had to choose a different square, bishop d4. You only have d4. Okay, look, maybe Nefedov should be practical and consider bishop c3. There's really very little difference. What's the difference? Who cares? Who cares? I mean, your 3-on-1 is like winning on the king's side. But anyway, okay, bishop d4 is probably fine. There's this thing here. Knight f4. Rook d2. Yes. And then b6. Yeah, black's lost. This is lost. Now it's totally lost. I think bishop e3, still there's some tactics. Damn, the guy keeps coming up with annoying tactics. Bishop e3, knight h3 check. Now he has e2 check. So Nefedov has to go for it. Ah, come on. King h4. We can play, you know, he's probably in time pressure now. Yeah, he had 18 seconds left. I would like repeat moves there and pray that my opponent took a draw. Instead the guy trades into a rook ending. That's crazy, you're like lost, dude. The rook ending is 100% lost. This is a very bad decision by black. I mean, you just had a guy who couldn't make progress on the last move. He is low on time. And I say, you know, you take the draw by repetition if you can get it here. By the way, there's rook e2. Is that a problem? That would be funny. Then you can play bishop e5 check. Rook takes and king takes f4 with the winning position. So this is correct. You know, I would wager like even exchange sack is well, no, we're probably not winning. Maybe it's a draw. But okay, white could lose. You can't risk that. But this is bad. I mean, going to this rook ending is totally lost for black. But he's cagey though, isn't he? Rook e4. Yeah, Nefedov should just be careful of this, right? c5 maybe. But he's winning here. How to get the pawns moving? He allowed rook e2. Oh my god. You can't allow rook e2 here, bro. I thought rook e4. Could that be a problem? Rook e4, pawn e4, king d6. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe we're in trouble. Wow. It's winning, but I would at least hesitate there. Apparently that's winning for white. f4, c5, and then like this or something is the easiest way to win. This is a huge blunder, giving black counterplay with rook down. Still, we have rook b4. This is very awkward though. The other question is like maybe, okay, f4. This is a good tricky situation, and maybe we should just go. He did, but he played h4. If h4, okay, but if f4, I mean, you want to have like the further outside pawn maybe. So he played h4, and now c5. Ooh, rook e4. Rook e4 is a big fat tempo. That's a fat tempo you've got there. Rook e4. Oh my goodness. Pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn, rook takes, pawn takes. b5. Winning. So rook e4 is another tempo. But I mean, dude, Nefedov's in bad time pressure. He has no time. He did play rook e4. Oh my god, this happened. I don't believe it. I didn't even look. This happened. Pawn takes, king takes, and then of course he didn't go in the king and pawn game. He took here. And Nefedov's totally winning. g5. Rook f2. Careful now. So king g3, rook f1, and now rook g4? Exactly. Check. King f4. Rook g4 check, say what? Can't do that, bro. c4. Oh no, it's oh my god. Are you kidding me? Push, 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 push. Queen, queen. Oh no. Wait a minute here. Oh no. Oh my god. Well, white's better, but it's a draw. Oh no, I forgot. That's crazy, so he can't allow the exchange of rooks. Oh my god. Yeah, he was winning, it looks like. But which is the best way? Like this? Another pawn with check because of g6. Check. Here. We're just totally winning. Now. Yeah. Black will have to sack the rook. So this is a blunder. Pawn takes. Unfortunately, black's king is in time. This is a draw, I think. Yeah, it's a draw now. Could be just probably you could push f4, but it was more complicated. The king g2 is much more simple. Poor Nefedov. This guy was busted. I couldn't believe he exchanged rooks, but it was a draw. Okay, that's why he agreed to exchange rooks. Yeah, this is a draw. I would have played rook g4 in time pressure as well. Both king g2 and yeah, everything wins except for rook g4. Then it's like mutual connected pass pawns or this. This is a dead draw. Alright. Nefedov was robbed. And then the last game is Mr. Ginger. Yeah, I also lost track of pawns, you know. I thought Nefedov was still up a pawn, but it would come out to mutual connected pass pawns. Alright, so this is Mr. Ginger. I don't know much about Mr. Ginger. This is Mr. Ginger's new account. He was gift subbed for the stream, guys. I gotta go after this. So we'll take a quick look. Mr. Ginger playing against the Slav or Kraken. Slav, and now g3. Yeah, this is very funny. I had another student who whose opponent played like similarly the other day, and this is like an inaccurate move order for white, I guess. You know, if you want to play the Catalan, you should play knight f3 first. How inaccurate is it, though? Like, if black takes on c4. It may not be that bad, but it's definitely better to play knight f3 first. Alright, so g3, he does take. And now white plays bishop g2, knight f6. And so we transpose to some kind of like Slav gambit, knight f3, and now black played an outrageous move. I have no idea what is this time control. 900 plus 10, so that's 15 plus 10. This is just an absurd and outrageous move. Excuse me, that knight is a kingside defender, and you just gave up control of the e4 square while making your knight a target. But it doesn't mean that white should necessarily play e4 here. No, I mean, I'm not certain that e4 is white's best move. This isn't like, you know, provoking e4, but I mean, knight e5 is a bad move, and I'm sure even e4 is okay. Yeah, but you see, like, there's this. It's almost like, yeah, it's like a cheapo, like provoking a e4. I'm not sure if black is strong enough to consciously do that, but it's an awful move for black. You should just castle. And it's not clear that you want to play e4 necessarily. Because at the end of the day, I mean, your bishop's on the diagonal, you block it. You probably want to pick up this pawn on c4 with something like knight d2, or force black to play like b5 and weaken himself. I think this is a typical reaction, but probably a mistake. And then black, you know, it looks like black was provoking him so he could come in here. And that's interesting, you know. Black's wasted a lot of time, but, you know, we don't want to allow knight d3 check. So white probably has to play like castles. And then black can put the knight on d3, and I mean, it's like probably better for black. I don't know. No. It's better for white, even this. Okay, too much time, but I wasn't sure, you know. It's not that bad for black anyway. But he goes back. This is kind of weird. I mean, the other possibility is just go to b6 and try to hang on to this pawn for a while. And now you went knight d2. So this is not clear. If you play knight c3, you know, you're flirting with b5. But this move blocks your bishop and it blocks things. It blocks your bishop, blocks your queen. But again, like, this is the most important feature of this whole position. White shouldn't play e4. You know, there's just no reason to play e4. I don't see any benefit in playing e4. Even knight c3 like is a reasonable move. That's insane. Okay, this position happened in a Shaba game. Black's playing like ridiculously. Knight d7. Looks very strange. So e4, knight f6, knight on bd2, bishop g4, and now we're talking. White has the lead in development. c4 looks weak. Black gives up this bishop for what? Temporary hanging on to this pawn. Knight on bd7, castles. And now black has no light scored bishop. So what happens if you have no light scored bishop, you know? Yeah, white is massively better. So he tries b5, it's suicide. So bishop g4 is not really a solution of any kind. Black needs to develop. So probably the best shot is something like g6, bishop g7. That's all you can do here. Knight on bd2, bishop g4 here. Give up the bishop for nothing. Knight takes. Objectively, like, this is a huge threat. You mentioned the Kraken, and I had an experimental Kraken yesterday where I let the guy, he didn't do it, but he could have played e5, e6. And it's like often fatal. If your Kraken is like b5 and bishop b7, and in the Slav too, like the Geller Gambit and stuff, if your bishop's on b7, or in this case not on the board at all, then this is really dangerous, you know? So white cannot be allowed to play e5, e6. This is forced. Absolutely forced. The Kraken is where I do d6 and a6 and knight f6, so normally like this here and a6. So if people play knight f3, I'll play usually like e6 to prevent e5, e6. But you could play the Pirch defense or something with g6. But if b5, I have this game where my opponent went here, and then I blundered. I usually play e6 here, but I decided to roll the dice and try this, and black is virtually lost. As I expected, black is virtually lost immediately after b4. e5, b4. He just went here, and then after pawn takes pawn, I played this, and now knight d5 is just lights out. I mean, e5, e6 is lights out. This is just over. Like, black is completely lost. And it's the same theme from this game and from the semi-Slav or Slav, where black puts the bishop on b7, and it can't take take the pawn on e6. The best, I was planning to play f6, you know, and white doesn't win immediately, but it's really bad. It's just really bad. It's surprisingly bad. Knight g5. No, that's what happened in the game, and it's not nearly as good. No, my opponent played knight g5, and it's really nowhere near as good as e6. He let me play this, and I went on to beat him. But that's also good for white, but not as crushing as this. So that's what I'm talking about. You know, like in the game, this is really devastating. As soon as this bishop disappears, now e6 is like fatal for black. So black must play e6. Instead played this, and now white really has to consider, of course, e5 right away. But after knight d5, you know, there may be some slight complications due to this. I don't know. Probably not, but let's see. Check, king takes. Yeah, this is covered. You know, I think it's safer. Maybe white has safer continuations, but if you let black play e6, you're not going to get an e6. So what do? You know, here e6, knight b4, takes, check, king takes, queen takes c4, check, and then black has to like go back or play e6, probably go back. And this is, needless to say, a very ugly position for black. But he still has a very weak pulse, you know, like, doesn't look good. You know, I think white's winning after knight g5 check. Yeah, that wasn't a weak pulse. That was just his smartwatch. He's dead. Yeah. So anyways, this just kind of exacerbates it. When you don't have a light square bishop, you know, you're creating like weaknesses on the white squares. You got nothing to do. So a4 is bad. This is winning. Here, here, and e6. a4 is a normal-ish move. And after e6, you know, now, I mean, black maybe can defend. I still don't love black's position, but it's kind of a normal Slav gambit type of thing. Take, take, and then we want to blow him up with b3. Or maybe you can go like full-on crazy. What would Levon... Yeah, exactly. What would Levon do? No, if you go d5, I think that black... Yeah, I mean, this is like Aronian Catalan type of thing, where you just blow them away, you know? I don't know, but if I'm black after d5, I'm like almost 100% playing e5. Like, you are not going to blow up... I'm not going to blow up my position. I don't care, you know? What does the computer say? Yeah, d5 is, shut it down. Yeah. Shut it down, baby. Better to play b3. Is this. And, white played rook d1. This is okay, but it doesn't solve the problem. Like, we have to blow the structure. Now you play d5, and it's stronger. Okay. This is stronger now. There's no more e5. Maybe black has to consider a different option here. Maybe e7 wasn't the convenient. There is this. I don't love it. But then after d5, e5 remains like a viable alternative. Looks like bishop e4 is kind of hard to touch. This is maybe a better try. After this, though, and you take, it's a tempo. Although black can still try like a5, I don't know. Bishop f4. Yeah. Bishop f4 may be good. So rook d1 pays off. You have d5. And black is in serious danger now. Black, I don't know. If you take, you're lost. It looks lost. Looks lost. Well, I guess white started using the engine at move 14. No, I'm just kidding. I I don't know. Time to start, yeah. Start the engine. Okay, d5. Now bishop c5 takes, and it looks like it's over. Okay, there is some hope here with f2. But I don't think there's enough. e5, exactly. And now this, and now, yeah. Now I smell blood. Go what? What now? Bishop b4, d5, e5, bishop f4. Dude, what are you smoking? You might want to give some to acerbate. You're not serious about that, right? We're not going to go into any details on that. I mean, presuming like he takes an f4, e5, maybe there's some compensation, but yeah. You're a little too crazy. What logic? Same lack of logic. Pure, it's pure, you know, the opposite of logic, like instinct. Alright, bishop c5, animal instinct. Now, this is weak, 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 this is weak. So we're, you know, you guys are all about rook takes d5. Knight g5 makes sense, but what about f2? e5 is hanging. I think black must be lost here now. Looks lost. Let's check the engine. +4. But I'm assuming knight g5 was the best move, not rook takes d5. You could probably do anything. This is only clearly better for white. You can sack the exchange first and then go there. That's my... Oh no, arsenal is bishop f4. What about bishop f4? You have compensation. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Knight g5. We turned on the engine. And after queen e6, boom. Suddenly white is like a GM. Alright. Knight on 7 b6. Is rook takes d5 the engine move? It's up there. Well, bishop takes d5 is just the traditional way of like taking a piece, right? But instead he plays rook takes d5. Queen f5 was too much to submit to the stream. He's 1583. Rook takes d5. Pretty fancy. And now bishop g5. Oh, another. Now another engine move, but this is pretty obvious. Again, queen f5 shelf. Yeah, the Morales I would expect this kind of stuff from. Rook d1, h6. Man, more brutal than Acerbate's game. And then this. Knight takes g7. Knight g7 is an inaccuracy. You had bishop c6 check, followed by mate. Decided to take it easy on him. Yeah, I don't know. That was kind of a weird game. Let's see. I can't analyze this? Here. Computer analysis. You guys sure? What's Mr. Ginger? He's 1500. Okay, he made some mistakes. 1 blunder, 1 mistake, 3 inaccuracies. Yeah. Wasn't a perfect game, but it's interesting. He never lost his advantage. It's funny. Bishop g2 is like... It's weird, man. I mean, this move is inaccurate. Like, g3 is inaccurate. Knight f3 is better than g3. G3, though, where's the refutation? I mean, it reminds me of these games where I have people who do d4, knight f6, g3. Or, you know, they might do the same thing like here. Like d4, d5, g3. And then if you play c6, you're like, okay, bishop g2, knight f6, and then you're like, well, if they go c4, I'll take it. It's not so simple. That's the problem here. Knight f3. But black, I guess, has to be accurate about this. I mean, he played an absurd move. I mean, come on. Knight f6, knight f3, and then knight d5? That is, like, really twisted. That move is demented, you know, like voluntarily moving your knight to d5 to, like you said, like induce e4. I mean, that's crazy. Why not make a constructive move instead? I've played this a lot. I mean, people typically play like g6 or b5. What else? e6. There's a lot of possibilities. Bishop f5. You know, take your pick. Anyway, guys, it was nice knowing you. We're going to be back tomorrow with more stream. Time for me to get my dinner, get some rest, chill out, and address the elephant in the room, which is my stomach. All right, guys, I gotta get some break, and yeah, we'll take some blitz challenges. Tomorrow morning, well, afternoon, whatever, midday. Sunday Simul is coming up, but don't forget, we've got time change. When is time change? Time change will be Sunday morning, right? Middle of poker game. The time change actually happens when I'm gonna be playing in the middle of a poker session. We're going to lose an hour of poker, sadly. Alright, so we'll see you guys on Sunday. Friday. Yeah, thanks Arsenal for your support. Don't forget to donate, guys. Any donations will go toward the World Senior Team Championship in Krakow and Budapest Spring Open, which is happening in 2 months here. Victor says no time left for you. What's that supposed to mean, acerbate? I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. Thanks, Mr. Coffee. As always, it's a pleasure. Victor, yeah, with a K. I'll be hiding at the Brazilian embassy. If you guys need to find me. Bye-bye.